I never went through and actually labeled the other stream. What am I thinking? What? Why are there so many scheduled upcoming streams that have already happened? This is probably where, my whatchamacallit, my stream deck and all that, or not stream deck, my, program broke. I'm just going back through and editing yesterday's 11.5 DBD reviews and Rocket League. Wonderful. Or not wonderful. I didn't hit save. DBD reviews and Rocket League. Save. And then let's edit today's. What do I feel like doing today? I think I am going to start off with Dead by Daylight. So DBD. Maybe some reviews. Done. Oh boy. Sound check. Maybe some reviews. Go ahead and pause that because I don't really need to know what's happening live. Chat's up. Alright, welcome. Volume warning. Games turned up loud. Probably gonna blow your eardrums. Volume warning. Today, I think I want to run another Ghostface run of Dead by Daylight. Possibly some Survivor runs. And then from there, I guess we can check the forum to see if anybody's posted anything. There's also some things from yesterday that I seen that I should go over today. After that, may or may not jump on some Rocket League or something like that. Whew. Imagine there being a, like, girlfriend type of, like, crazy, almost yandere killer, and then her boyfriend being the survivor. That would be hilarious. That's what that reminded me of. This will be the first time I run a Mori, huh? That'll work. But that's unfortunate. It's my daily, so somebody must die. Oh yeah, the purple glyphs. Starstruck. Value. And a Mori? Is this my birthday? I cannot exit the screen. There we go. So I need a Starstruck down. I need a Mori. I think that's it. Again, volume warning. I don't think I'd want to run distressing on Ghostface. That would be interesting. I'd let them know nearby. Dear, stop doing that. Come on, flashlight. Oh. Nice. Monitoring abuse. Meh. Might as well grab it though. Holy. Might as well complete Blood Warden. It's also Franklin's demise. Oh. I was gonna see if I could cheese it to get both of them, but nope. And it's an empty lot. Survive with Friends 3-piece? Or is that a Survive with Friends 4-piece? I don't know if I'll be able to give them any mercy. I generally let Michaela read. I usually let that character go. However, one, they're not readying up, and two, it's part of possibly an SWF. She did come in later, so I mean it could just be lag, but she did come right after, so you don't know. They could be separate altogether. If I down one of the regular characters, though, besides Fingman, I don't think she's regular from start. And the rest come rushing to her aid, giving me starstruck, then I don't know. So I said SWF for Survive with Friends is very, very OP if you actually know how to play the game. But if you don't, and you're just with friends, and you go for the immediate unhooks and unnecessary saves and things like that, and trades, very common. It just makes it very easy for Killer to do what they need to be done. The thing that I find sad is when you're being chased by Ghostface, if you see him stop and start to stalk you, well, you should be looking back at the killer to see what they're doing anyway. Not just running straight ahead and hoping for the best. But if you see that he stopped at any point in time, he's probably stalking you and you might want to reveal him. A lot of people just don't reveal him. It's not like Michael Myers where you just need to block sight and then keep moving. Like, no. Immediate haste. Oh, my hopes and dreams. I'm gonna have to go check this totem, unfortunately, at the very beginning. If they're all spawned together, they'll spawn over there on that side. Oh! That was a grab. What? I bait somebody with a flashlight. No flashlighters. You're star-stuffed, aren't you? Aren't you? Yes, you are. That's my challenge. That's what I needed. Who revealed me? Because it wasn't you. That means there's somebody else over here. Oh, there's basement, huh? Can I long range stalk? I've never actually checked stalking distance. I can. Gotta protect that totem. That should have been a pickup. But okay. Thank you. Why didn't you run? What? That Bell's just been starstruck, but it doesn't matter. They've actually got a lot of gens done. I guess I should be more vigilant about what I'm doing. Oh, that was her death hook. You really go back to the generator? Bro. There we go. Let it go. Let it go. Stop. Just leave. Jesus. Why are you so obsessed with this one generator? One over there that I've never went to. One right there that I've never went to. This is a terrible 3-gen situation. It's not terrible, but it's difficult to maintain. You walk back this way, I swear. Oh! My Huntress's lullaby is active. Check this one last time. Nothing there. Alright, I can leave. And they finally got smart enough to go for other generators. Give them a heartbeat, get them know that I'm near. Activate stealth mode. Make them think that I left. Nope, he's didn't run though. Yeah, I want you away from kill shot. Also, that kick was extremely slow. Like ridiculously slow on breaking that pallet. Gotta be survivor friends. I was gonna kill you, but you're saying no. What about you? No, I can't kill you. Starstruck value, by the way. Oh, you've made a big mistake. Sit your butt down. I won't kill you, but I'm gonna make Bill come out. You were not on your last trip. Starstruck value, by the way. Wait, what? How did you not get starstruck? What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't get starstruck? Oh, I'm so upset. What do you mean this Bill didn't get starstruck? It's not your last hook. Go on, get up there. Walk this exit. Come around to the side. You never run away from the generator. Meg's getting sacrificed. sacrificed, is what you're saying. They've all decided upon you, Meg. This is your friend's doing. Why do you like doubling back so much? Oh, no, you didn't double back. You're the last one I can chase, Meg. Come with me. Your teammates did this to you, not me. I'll have to make a pile of corpses one day. Where the fuck are you going? Holy crap, it took so long. They would have never found that totem. Get out of here. Pointage. Yes, sir. 75,000. Not bad. Plus 28,000. Minus 3. Plus, I should have gotten some amount of experience up there as well. See, when you got challenges lined up, there's no point in ruining another person's session. Unless you're just that greedy for points. I just got essentially 100 grand. A little bit less. 88 grand, but essentially 100 grand. You don't need to end everybody else in the lobby for an extra, like, probably the 12 grand that I'm missing. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Oh, that sucks. Especially if they're newer to the game. If you ruin their experience just by going hard at the game after they have to wait out. Sometimes you're not worth it 10 minutes to find the game. It's like, no. Dead by Daylight ain't like a battle royale where you can just exit game and then jump in and back in. It takes a while. What is this? Claustrophobia. Ah, see. Just but no, because you can't go into stealth mode after you can't run super fast as stealth ghost face. Because in order to get the blade serum, you have to use your power button to use the blighted rush. So at the beginning you're gonna burst at a dash of speed. And after you hook a survivor, you're gonna immediately get another thing. So unless you go into, you down them, wait until your stealth mode comes back, pick them up, and then drop them. And that's if picking them up doesn't bring you out of stealth mode. You can't have a silent white rush. That's where the rest of that went. It was 100 grand. I just didn't accept it. That's a killer glyph challenge. I'm playing Survivor. I mean, you're not giving me much of a choice. Looks like I'm the only zone. Sabotage, one hook. So what I think I will be, probably run one. I should be running Urban Invasion. You have a very bad toolbox. I mean, honestly, it can go either way if I don't add that in. Repairing a generator requires 80 charges. It takes 80 seconds, so this uses one charge. So you're getting 16 seconds, one for one. Sabotaging is 6 charges, so it takes 6 seconds. Interesting how they define that. So if you use a toolbox, it basically states how much you're going to get from the toolbox. So So now there's no more math or guesswork or any of that extra. I mean, I guess there still is math when it comes to percents and things like that. An actual value versus how much time saved, but the toolbox gives you 16 charges, I think is what it said, on top of however many charges you're getting in the meantime. And you get the 16 charges over the course of however much time the toolbox lasts. I don't think the toolbox lasts for 16 seconds, even though it says it gives you 16 charges. It might. I've never really paid attention. I always assume, or always seen them get used up super fast, and have been like, man, that didn't last long. Maybe it is 16 seconds. I need a sabotage, so I'm not going to be able to immediately test it. Well, there's 6 that it takes to sabotage. Also, that's a survivor. So I have 10 charges here. In essence, this should last 10 seconds if it's 1 charge per second. No, it did not last 10 seconds. If anything, it lasted like 5 seconds. I'm smart enough to look at you, buddy. Pretty sure I'm more stealthy than you are. Psych. You did. He's setting up everything. He's like, I know I can't get you. Go into stealth mode so I can get you again. You made a mistake, friend. And you are going to pay dearly for it. So I don't need to go through it. I'm just looking dead hard and get back to those stages. I don't think you ever left the area, so they might both go down. It doesn't matter if I expose them or not. I'm going to hit regardless. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, first check. I'm not running under restraint, so that's pointless. Well, not pointless, but not something I should have as a precedent. That's what we're looking for, the juice. No. Just in case he does run nowhere, I should take this out. It's going to be a pain to come all the way back up here. I need to heal you to get my renewal activated. So healing you first makes more sense. Cool. Now I have to have some more kit. I hope you're paying attention to which way he went, Chicory-Doo, because you could have possibly exposed him. Nope, there it is. I can't get him from here. I am just messing around, by the way. If this was more serious play, I'd definitely have been on gyms by now and not just sitting up there. I've played this game for a long time. But I'm also interested in how different people play Ghostface. This is good, because this gives me very wide sight. Wouldn't let me expose them kind of sight. Oh, I didn't turn sharp enough. You shouldn't have done that, didn't you? I should have. I should have committed to the full 360 instead of doing a half 360 and trying to run away. I also should have exposed him. How does that make you feel? My shoulder and body is getting bad. Now you can't me, fool. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? I have renewal, so it's all good. I'm gonna head upstairs where I know I'm safe. I'm gonna need you to take a hit roll or a GTFO. Move. I have renewal. I'm good. He's chasing Leon. He's not chasing Leon. I'm not just gonna hop down so they don't get chased. Or, you know, the killer's not gonna see me hop down and just go for them anyway. Alright, I've played enough Scuff by Daylight. It's time to get these gyms done. I've seen what I needed to see. He's a newer Ghostface killer. I'm gonna get my dead hard back. What did you just do? Got it. Damn. And he's gone. I don't understand. He has the perk to where, well, he might not be running the Ghostface perk, but when I make a rushed action, you can see where I'm at. I would have liked to run him the kill shack so everybody could really get back on the guns, but I actually don't need to make it. Alright, so I think I'm going to double down and not actually try to escape. Because, well, none of the other survivors are really doing jamming, so. Where you at, good friend? Decent tech if you're a good looper is 99%ing on medkit. And then keeping your dead hard primed. Running kill shack till you have to use the dead hard healing and then moving on. Because the dead hard has more value against killers that can expose you than getting slapped. Which, if you've watched me play anymore, I love to just let survivors run in a straight line or do whatever they're doing loop-wise and just sit there and get that exposed. It might take a little bit more time, but if they're a good looper, getting one touch on them is a lot easier than getting that double. He's definitely on his way to me right now. I just gotta make sure I don't get grabbed. 100% on it. Yep. Did I call it or did I call it? That. This. He's not even gonna check which way I'm going. I'm actually gonna go around and loop back. You're gonna give me the time to play games with you. I'm gonna waste the time. He swung early. What? I thought he was going to fake back and get me, but he didn't. You would have been wise to break that pilot, son. So I gotta find him without looking at him. I should have kicked that pumpkin. If that would have been a haste, that would have been my escape from him. If it would have been hindered, it wouldn't have really mattered. He's not even kicking gens. There he is. He's not kicking gens, so he's kind of screwing himself. Also, I can reuse kill shot now. That chases into the motor. So I'm pretty sure as soon as chase ends, everything becomes open again, and the link the only blocks things from the chase. I'm going to run back this way. Actually, give me you. What? What's that Leon I see? When y'all get exposed, I'm picking this pumpkin and I'm dipping out. I don't really need to check that way now, do I? These He's not hitting Jen, so whatever progress we do is staying positive progress on Jen's. Apparently not using the stealth mode either. Oh no, he actually fixed his Jen. I have. Oh, is this a double window? Nah, it's the L. It's a double L. I don't know, there's so much crap here. I know how to run this thing. I want to know if there's another window. I don't think there is. Maybe it's just like a little part one. If he's smart, he knows I'm over. Can't walk over partway to me and go into stealth mode. Who do you think I am? You lost your mind. Yeah. Hit you with the booty swipe. Get the booty swipe, yeah. I wanted the dead hard. That's what I get for being cheeky. I wanted the dead hard to the window fake to the vault. I should have just went. I was trying to distinct on him. So if you're killer, you never want to hook a survivor by an armor skin. Most survivors, they're just going to finish the gen either before or after they pick them up. I have the perk that gives me an extra 30 seconds, so if they were smart, well, yeah, they would separate, one would do a gen and one would go for the save. Get their survivor friends and me, I suppose. Fly babies, nice skill check. It's not a smart thing to do. It's like a survivor by you would think that it is, so you can monitor the generator and things like that, but you're applying undue pressure. So, she's being chased. Quit walking, son. I'm gonna leave them two alone to have some help and time. There's a pallet over there. But as long as I don't get grabbed, I'm absolutely fine. Especially if you don't break that pallet, not going to use it as opposed to dropping the one near me. Or drop the one near me, bolt the second pallet and completely disappear. Leave it in the boat. This is your average low MMR game, is what this is. Oh my lord, somebody left a flashlight? 16 seconds. Does not have barbecue and chili. I'm screaming, so there's no way to out-stealth them. So I'll just get distance. Yep, that's fine. I'm already injured. Pretty dead-hearted. See, he thinks he's smart. that smart, buddy. He went around the other way thinking he was going to cut me off. I'm not going to let that happen. In fact, I'm going to disappear completely on you. Yep, and there he is, up there looking like a fool. There's an exit gate there, there's an exit gate there. And now he's walking away in shame because he didn't cut me off at the pass. Now all I need to do is just wait for my dead heart to recover and for the escape sign to pop up near one of the other survivors. And I know I can just run to one exit, dead heart through if he finds me, or use whatever's available and escape. Or I can just go to the other gate. Waiting's the best strategy here, but I don't particularly care if I escape or not. Like I said, I gave up on that from the start, and if I'm me messing with this door lets them escape, so be it. I'd rather be a noble sacrifice than to just escape. Oh, there he is. You don't even get that satisfaction. They better have escaped at that time that I spent messing with them. Yes, one's out, two's out. That's 3 of us out. That's not bad. And all I did there was, for the most part, mess around, go sightseeing, looking at the ghost face, seeing how he played. That's how you know it's a low MMR game. But I love those. And I kept the flashlight. I hit my caps lock button. Hello, gens before heals. They don't want to heal you because you bullied Ghostface in the shack. Yeah, probably not. No. You already know. That's so funny, though.
What now?
I got things that I can use. Now, I'm going to moderately thicken the dark mist. Now guess what? We're going to get an inside map. It happens every time to me. It's generally when I play the purple one that severely or tremendously, whatever it is, thickens the dark mist. I'll play one of those. Immediately get an inside map and it's useless. Hello, by the way. Galanono. One of these days, me and you're gonna have to play. Just have a good time. I don't mind playing SWF. So I used to play with a friend all the time. He was fairly new to the game, so I'd end up basically going down and dying so he can escape. Which I boosted his rank up to like gold 3, maybe gold 2 or something like that. Before it became an issue to where I had to actually start focusing on what I was doing. I actually ain't played with him in a while. I talked to him last night after getting on Discord after a very, very long time. It's maybe I'll stream with him, and if you're interested, one day I'll get on like early so you're not up super late. And we can all just jam out and play together. I thought they removed this map. You didn't see me. You didn't see me. You don't see me. I'm John Cena. 360 training. I can't moonwalk with the controller. Oh god. Why am I running in a straight line? Why am I running in a straight line? Oh god, get hurt. Run. If I'm gonna go down somewhere inconvenient for you. Now you're gonna hit me with the bat, son. You're gonna hit me with the bat. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait, what? How did he pick me up from way over there? He should have bolted. Oh, if I was running my power struggle regular build. Oh, you got that. That hurts my soul a little bit. Generally, I run deception, power struggle, dead hard, and then I resurrect random perk that I swap out. Out of power struggle from escape. Heals better. That's a waste of a power. You didn't even get any value because you still got hit. Thanks for trying to rescue me, though. I appreciate you. Yo, where's my heel at? There you go. Hopefully I taught you something today. Since I'm basically going on a no doing gin day, I guess I'll go for this unhook. I don't hear him, so unless he's using assist. I thought it said your boy Smiley YouTube, or Smelly YouTube. Alright. He comes this way, I got him flashlighted. Nope. Starstruck. Wait. So Starstruck does activate as long as you're holding them. And how did that Bill not get Starstruck in that first game? That's even more of a question mark now. So I'll go do this again. I've never played this map and that gym not spawn there. Or somewhere around this room. My life was a lie. What about the upstairs gym, the dangerous one? Well, I guess I'll do this one. I ran the wrong way to go upstairs anyway. So we got 3 downs and 1 gym. Yep. The fact that he's running Starstruck in most... I'm gonna say that this guy is running most of the trickster's perks. Definitely not running barbecue and chili. The only thing that worries me is he might be running Devour of Hope. Because he's let all of us unhook and heal after being unhooked without any type of pressure being put upon us. Even when he wasn't in chase. So if he's running Devour Hope, we're gonna be in trouble here. But this could be just low level baby killer and not super Devour Hope play. You never know. I did win the game, so my challenge right now with how it's going to be complete. Doesn't seem to be winning barbecue and chili. If he's not running barbecue and chili, maybe just the baby chili thing. I don't need to worry about it. I gotta go for this unhook because I can't trust the other survivor to get there. Followed me over here so I can heal you in 16 seconds. That's a misplay on you, Boudreaux. So we are basically at the start of the first stage and somebody just now should be running down. And we already have one guy down, 2 hits by another one up on me. Weird. Really behind. I should be going to fall late phase at this point, but does it really matter? I'm going to be looking for a hat is what phase is going to go down. Or I'm going to be found first. And, eliminated. Why were you here? What? Why are you here? When this map first came out, the doors being bad means it was just hot. Now it's been changed so much that that's no longer the case. I already know your strategy. You don't hit with that. You go nice. Oh. I'm in a very powerful stance right now. You keep trying to knife me. I couldn't get in here in time. Oh wait, this ain't the room I thought it was. Not the room I thought it was. I thought it was the room with the window. That's the room across from me. I could have hit that window and went back and escaped. Mistakes were made. What a misplay. She's waiting on hatch. I'll go ahead and die. I kind of like the change that hatch doesn't spawn up till there's one person in. It doesn't spawn early because it kind of prevents this situation like that from happening. Because if I was to hold on, I'd be more likely to run and try to save me as opposed to just survive. Because this could happen. He hit you with the main event and then a straight line. Oh no. That's GG. Oh, the stream's all laggy and choppy. I'm in a straight line. Let's see. I completed something. Yeah, I completed this. Alright, that's probably all for Dead by Daylight for the time. I want to play probably tomorrow, but I'm going to have to look at some hardcore tutorials. I think that's one of the aspects that I like about Polybridge is, yes, you can eventually figure it out. However, every single map, you're going to have an issue until you figure it out. And since every map is different, you're going to keep continuously having issues while playing Polybridge until you finally stop and learn the mechanics of the game. And I know the mechanics of the game, but some of these bridges are just so wacky that I can't get any type of, like, base idea that I want to try. Because I've always done something that, it's not cheesing the game, but I've done something that was more straightforward to pass most levels as opposed to what they want. Like, there's some where you're supposed to use the bottom car, which is a bigger car, as a brace to hold up the smaller car. And the name of the level is something similar to that. Like, you hold me up or something like that. And I didn't do that. I just made a brace to where the thing held itself up, and then basically just kept decreasing the space until it was basically there, like and hold itself, and it just went across. Then on the challenge, I found a way to basically do the same thing without having to use the other cord. Yeah, without using the other cord to break the other cord, and thus completing it. And I got all the way through Polybridge 1 and the base levels of Polybridge 2 doing that. But now the extra levels that they come in actually need some sort of engineering type of knowledge. And that I do not have. Which, oh, he passed it right to me. Which ends up being the problem. Yep, it's done. Oh my god. And like I said, it generally takes me like, I mean, you didn't have to paint it that hard. 10 to 12 hours to complete one map. I have templates that I've made of each map of something I would like to try, but I'm not entirely sure that they're gonna work, so I don't know. Don't touch it. Well. They always aim for a wall. You got a pretty good 90 there, though. Watch out for demos. Have they had a single shot actually on goal this entire time? Yep. Bump him. No, what are you doing? What are you going for boost, son? What happened? I just knew you were gonna be there and have my back. Oh no, it was the other guy. He just landed. The other guy double committed that and caused that problem. I'm gonna fake this just in case he touches it. That's a pass. They always send it back. I'll put it on the wall. Hopefully he can pass it back to me. Teammate definitely should have waited on me to whether I wanted to push it forward or try to be more defensive or try to control it. He should have waited to see what I was trying to do before going up for that. Well, that's not pickupable. Yeah. Come on. Oh, I was hoping he'd pass it to me and I'd get this nice clear close goal out for that corner. He's beat. He's passing. Like, why does one of my teammates always goes for the ball regardless if it's his to take or not, and I'm not very happy about that. Guess it's that guy. That's a goal. Nope, should have been a goal. He didn't challenge it afterwards. Shouldn't touch that. Gives me boost and ball control. They overcommitted. I lost control. I didn't mean to jump when I landed there. I was relying on you to get any type of touch there. Any type of touch? Not like that. Come on, bro. It was slow too, so I knew he was gonna try and touch it, but he didn't. It's like, ah, man, he'll definitely touch that. Hey. Why do you try to gotta be fancy? Why did you have to try to be fancy? We are down 2 goals. You know what? Send it. Just send it. I can't believe that. Go for it. I can't believe that. We're down 2 goals and my dude decides he wants to try to be fancy instead of securing that. Granted, it's casual, but come on, you gotta have common sense somewhere. Oh. Oh, everybody's gone. Very bad quality for the stream. It's probably because I'm using my actual hotkeys and not visiting everything. No. So let me cut out of this. If this even works, it might just end my stream. If it does, I apologize. It should reopen. Nope, it's forced it into a sub-program because of that new Windows, whatever the heck it's called. Windows Edge something something something. So now I'm just gonna have to deal with this quality unless I completely exit out of Rocket League, completely restart the streaming program and all of that. Thank you, Windows. See that nice fake that I got there? Then I would have been able to take control of the ball. But instead, go for it. Free. But instead, after I faked, my teammate, who had no boost, elected to turn towards ball and knock me out of the way. I love it. Put it up high. It's not scoreable. At least not at the angle that he jumped at. Clarify that the angle he dropped at, or jumped at, it wasn't scoreable. Faking. Somebody should have free touch. Should be a pass to teammate. Hello. Too high. Perfect 90. Pass the teammate who's going left. And goal. I would have passed it to teammate going right, but he was faced towards our goal. The only thing he would be able to do is essentially pass it back to me, which I didn't want, because, well, I used all my boosts to get where I was. So I went for the teammate who was heading that way towards the left, so he'd be able to potentially cover ball and continue a play, or at least stall it long enough. He didn't notice till it was too late that I was passing the ball his way, and, well, the other team just kind of swooped in and took it. That's not in, is it? Nope. I don't need to pre-jump that. See, I still make mistakes like pre-jumping things that I really don't need to because I know I have somebody behind me. But I try to not double down and continue to use all my boosts going forward, and I just kind of just let it be like a small hop. Up high. Thank you. I'm gonna put it to the right. We should get to that first. He messed up. I just need to 50 it. And he missed the shot. Oh no. It's over one. Don't do it. Oh, he just passed it to him. And he missed it. Are you serious? He passed it literally. Watch the ball's line. It literally went into this guy's path. He stopped and jumped and did something crazy. Holy. Oh. I'd have scored that if I'd have flip canceled and not followed through all the way. That's on me. Put it up high. Why did teammate pre-jump that, bro? Just position up. That's why I put it high. Like, look, the middle rotation out to the side. Post side rotation. Oh, no, 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 no. Eh. That might be a goal. The butts. OP. Aye. I'm gonna get out of here. Oh. That can be eliminated. Flicks training. Did I do it right? Am I good? What about that? Am I SSL yet? Hit him with the... And then the... Not with that slow kickoff, you don't... Generally, if somebody says that they have it, they probably don't have it. That's what I've come to expect through Rocket League. Is I got it, it means they're gonna probably whiff the kickoff and leave you in a very bad situation, or lose it so bad that it just makes you shake your head. I don't trust those anymore. He went for a demo, I should have capitalized and scored that. Unfortunate, but no pinches for you. Zoom. Right around him. Teammate ain't ready. Teammate ain't ready. Teammate ain't ready. It's a nice pass. It's a little bit too high. I would have just knocked it off the backboard. But there you go. So you don't have to take... You don't have to take every bad shot or every bad pass. You don't have to go for every bad pass. You know what I'm saying? If it's bad, just send it back. If I would have jumped for that, I either wouldn't have gotten to it or I would have hit it in a very weird angle and I wouldn't have gotten any type of score off that. Missing boost there hurts because I was perfectly there to score up. If it's a bad pass, don't go for it. No. I thought that was the other guy. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, he left. See if I can get it just somewhat similar down there. A semblance of down there. That don't make any sense. I'm gonna do donuts because this ain't going anywhere. Alright, now. Thank you. Don't worry about it, teammate. Pass it. Oh, was gonna pass it out mid, he came up. And I tried to adjust my angle last second. You see, got a teammate in the corner. Don't be that savage. Don't be the guy that sits right down below him. Never sit behind your teammate in corner. There are a lot better positions that you can be at. I'm not saying to move up either. I'm saying be in a position to where if they miss the ball, you can still get to it, but don't be right up their butt that if the opponent clears it well enough, you're not going to be of any use. Thank you. Left. Mm-hmm. That was a banger right there. I don't know if I could have stopped that. Sorry, buddy. Had to cut you. That's the one time you'll see me cut teammates, is if they're doing that floating, I'm going to touch the ball before I land type thing, and it's going to go right out to one of the opponents that are waiting in outfield. I scored that. I will hit that away from a teammate every time. I should have been on guard after that Ponzi pass of death. That's on me. I could have saved that if I wasn't flapping my gums. Dang, I tried to pinch it harder and get it over him. Oh! Oh, I'm so bad! I mean, you see what I was going for, right? Do you respect it? Okay. He has no touch. That's a pass to them. I'm gonna fake this. Yep. Which gives me full control. To apparently dribble it in my own goal, because I caught it wrong. Whoops. I wanted to dribble it into the opposite corner and continue to take it up for a long-range ceiling shot, but it landed perfectly on top of my hood, and, well, whoops. Hit it to the side, teammate wasn't ready, it's okay. We'll go with plan B. Nice shot. Demo? Oh, I got a nice touch there. Oh, you son of a nutcracker. I tried my best not to touch that upwards back into our goal. I really did. Everything told me to. Hey, rude boy. Hey, rude boy. We're done. Yup. It's the pre-jumps is what gets all goalies. If you're goaling and you have to pre-jump something or you feel you need to, you're probably going to lose out. You already being in the air before they make their shot, they can now adjust to do whatever they need to do. Now, if you apply pressure in the correct way, whoops, you can actually force them to fake. But that also depends on their skill level. Hit it again, hit it again, hit it again! Ah. Can I stall this? I think I can. Yes, sir. So, even though I got MVP, I did not play particularly great there. Forget scoreboard and all of that. I played very badly. First game, I played even worse. These are not wins that I can be happy of. Granted, this is like 2 or 3 weeks now of just hopping on without going to training. So warming up and things like that takes a lot longer for me to get into the groove. I also feel my skills atrophy, as you can see. I've also lost the ability to get my ceiling shot double touches. Like, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to hit it off of that wall and then flip into it, or not flip into it, if it's not necessary to get that in. And I just can't do them anymore. I ain't practicing in, you said, like, almost a month now. But man, squishy apple. That's a free goal. He hit it lightly, which I respect. If he would have hit it hard, his chances of missing would have went up quite a lot. And I did the one thing, like I keep harping about, is I didn't pre-jump that. I waited for him to see where his car was actually going, and then I just capitalized over it. I thought he had that goal. I really did. Double touch? Nope, I put it in the wrong spot. I put it backwards though. Send that back all the way. No problem. So you can tell whether or not somebody's going to get a double touch versus their car's direction when they hit the ball versus where the ball goes. If you do double touches, thank you, daily, you know how much space and how far you can hit it from yourself and speeds and things like that, then you can get back to the ball. I can look at another person's car who's going for a double touch and be like, 99% of the time correct whether they can get that or not. If it's a type of double touch I've never seen before, probably won't get that right because, well, I've never had any type of practice with those. But regular double touch is easy. Nope. I wanted to put that up above him. Nice touch. It's not going to roll all the way through, though. Yeah. You put it right back in front of the Batmobile, which is very terrifying when it comes to being in the front of your roll. Even when the Batmobile misses, it hits. Actually, I'm going to hit that backward stuff. Well, try to get that boost that I think my teammate snaked from me. I need to come in, hit that over like that. Notice that I didn't take the ball from teammate. I just gave him a little bit of speed that he needed for what he was trying. Keep that in mind, because when you jump over a teammate and slap the ball, not only are you using accuracy on your touch, you're pissing your teammate off. If you give your teammate a boost and force him to do something, then he can just immediately use that momentum that you gave him and keep going and keep playing it. Oh, plate. Did I even score any goals this game? What? I did. Okay. I guess what I should do is I want to start up Discord, and I should start giving out Discord link. I'm not going to put it in the description because I don't want any angry people coming in, especially from another forum or something like that, and then being like, aha, gotcha, getting onto Discord and causing all kinds of problems, because I ain't been on Discord in a long time. But I will put it in stream-wise. If you take the time to actually view my stream, then yeah, there's a Discord link. The cost of admission is spending at least 1 second watching the stream. Nobody's ready? Yeah. Oh! Oh, that's unfortunate. He touched it right at the last second. Follow it. Yes. Oh. I don't need to jump for that. So basically, when it comes to very tough decisions, I'm forcing myself to slow down by asking myself, is it dangerous, or do I need to go for that? I don't need to go for that. Now it's dangerous. And by slowing myself down, I'm actually speeding myself up, because if you start asking yourself these questions, you eventually it becomes automatic and you start making decisions faster. No problem, bro. Thank you. He tried to get a flip reset. That's why he said okay. I thought he was being a butt. I'm like, you can be a butt. I'm still gonna be nice to you. You ain't pissed me off yet, son. It takes more than that. I passed it. Yep. Did he get bumped or did he jump for it? He jumped for it. Speed boy. I mean, you keep saying great clear, but you keep hitting the ball back in front of our goal. Like, what's the hubbub, bub? Oh, you're playing for them. No, I don't know what this guy's doing. I wish he'd make up his mind, though. That's a fake situation. Easy ball control. I don't need to get that there, and I wish he'd have let me push that the wall. but whatever. If I fake, it's giving somebody else ball control. Which works in some situations, if the person who has the ball knows what they're doing. I need boost. Thank you. So I need boost to put the ball so gingerly down in front of me to where I can block it without having to do anything. Whether he meant to or not, that's a good teammate. Well, we just got blocked by our own teammate, question mark. So he's gonna end up getting MVP and looking like he did something, but he's getting MVP through blocking his own teammates. Which is why I said last game, ignore the scoreboard. He is blocking his own teammates to get this score. He's ball chasing and doing all kinds of other things. You got skill, okay, but when you use that skill and it's detrimental towards your team, it's not savvy. Couldn't get the bump. We're overcommitted like a mother. He's not in a usable position. Oh boy. Go for it. Don't go for it. You made me go way too far out. When I had a shot on their goal, I had to loop out farther because he went for it again. That should have been my goal. Which in turn would have put me right about the same amount of points that he's at. I can't redirect that one, bud. If you would have hit it to me slower, possibly. And gone. Nice shot. Again, ball chasing. You ain't defending. We're all out of position because you're going for awkward things. Didn't think so. Too busy trying to flex his skill that he ain't playing as a team, and we're just getting absolutely dumped on. Why? You're the goalie. Let me pass it to my other teammate. Jesus Christ. You ain't got a carry. And I ain't even gonna say carry because you blocked us most of the time. Jesus. Just stop. I guarantee you I'm a higher level than you are. You just have some sort of stick up your butt and you feel the need to prove something. Say go play ranked. Holy. I've played with Mist before. They're kind of toxic. Not bad, but very toxic. I mean, my teammates ain't playing. Thanks for letting me know. Almost got that. Fake. Just to make him try to take control. Block that there. Continue on what I'm doing. He's going to try to block me. Fine there. That's not a good shot on goal. That's going. Nope, he hit it to the side. Take control. Hope my bots don't do something like that. Scare the ever-living crap out of me. He's got control of that. I missed the boost. I'm just gonna head back. And it's basically survival till I get... Oh, I already got 2 more teammates. Slow aerial. He just screwed everything up by touching that. Away from me. Come in. Please. For the love of everything holy, I was looking for that 50 off his car to do something like that. To get higher so I can take control. He knocked him out of the way. It literally nullified my plan. Let's go. Nope, they're not fast. Hit that backwards. Retake control if need be. Don't need to go for that. I'll just hit it behind him if I can. Well, that's not behind him, but... He's gonna hit it hard. I need to scoot back some. Never mind, teammate just went up into his face. That's fine. That's not fine. I would have hit it backwards, but there's no need to. It's already going there. He needs to have jumped before that touched the wall to get any type of accurate touch. Go for it, just to block him. Hope he gets another second touch. Nice. He's in position for a nasty redirect. Tried to block the double touch. No. No double touches for you. Oh, he bumped me, didn't he? Oh my, that was scary. Alright. Yup. I knew you were going to try to cross it. Oh, God. All I can do is follow it till I can get some sight lines. Nice. Doink. And that's what happened to me that other time. It lands perfectly on top and you're just like... Kaboom. That was a very necessary demo, by the by. His teammate was going for it and he had control of boost. All he would have done is just demoed him from behind. Go for it. I don't need to take that. Boink. Ooh, I was about to say, if he got that after me stressing him out with all those bumps. Guys, solid, cold. That's it. Oh, no, somebody up back. Guy's a serial killer is what I was going to say. I couldn't find the words for it. We can score this. It's 1v. Why would you go for a bump on him instead of forward to score that touch? Come on, man. Don't do it, please. Not like this. He's gonna get a super late touch. I didn't get the demo. Just because I can. Put it in corner. He used all of the boost that he had from that spawn in corner. He's basically out of the running for a little bit. Ooh, I thought he touched that. I literally was just holding boost at that point. I wasn't even looking at ball. Hold boost and pray. Yep, there's the... Oh, nope, I did get MVP. How did I get MVP? I was going to say my first non-MVP win. We should have won this. Told you it was toxic. That's you overestimating or underestimating skills, and underestimating your opponents and overestimating your skills. Just because you're higher GC or SSL and things like that don't necessarily mean you're gonna run a lobby, because you never know when there's a sleeper in the lobby that can counter anything that you're doing. No, the lag! I couldn't see. And it wouldn't let me flip. My plan was to flip cancel that and see what I could get from it. No. Did I not say no? You ain't got that. Please touch that? No? We're screwed? Okay. Let him go for it. Easy 50, bump him back. We have full control. Add full control. I'm gonna put it high. And then, boom! Break on through to the other side, They are hesitating. Bounce that off his hood. Force him to clear it for me. Nope. Just need to get it out of your way. And it's open. It's not open. I do have sometimes some trouble seeing the different blue cars against the other blue backgrounds. He's got that. Yeah. He was going to pass it back to me and I was going to redirect it. It's fine that he took the shot there, but it sucks. Because there shouldn't be 3 people up for a play like that. It should only been 2 and 1 should have been back. Get that off of him. Don't worry about following that. You aren't going to make it in time. I don't need to go for that immediately. Take it out. Hit it to the side. Teammate should hit it. I can actually... Nope, never mind. All 3 of them triple committed. I figured 1 would get that. Go for a demo here. Leave my teammate in control of that ball, as opposed to trying to 50 it past him. Goes cross. Don't care. Free ball control. I should use my other arrow. That guy has no boost, so if he gets this touch, and that don't happen, it would have been golden. I need to turn on this immediately to keep pressure. He's got time. I can get into a defensive position. Doink! Such a weak hit. Don't need to go for this. I'm gonna waste a little bit of time. Boop it over. Shame that I got demoed. But if he hadn't demoed me, he would have been in good shape. Put it to the side over him. Can't get the 90 here, so I have to take it up. I could shoot this. Or not. I don't have any boost to get back to that ball. Because... well, I jumped too far. I held jumping too long. You just say it how it is. I messed up, man. I messed up. Don't touch that. Oh, God. These gave them more speed to use against us. Don't need to touch that. Give me the boost. Hit it cross. I'm going to hit it corner. It should bounce. Very awkward for him. Now I'll pass it. Or, you know, completely miss and get scored on because I'm just trash at the game. Don't need to go for that. Turn back in. Actually gonna make him touch that. Got the clear here. I could have scored that if I would have taken the time to aim and not just flipped immediately. He's got me. It's over. Yup. I knew I had to go for it because teammate was slow there. But I knew I probably wasn't going to make it anyways. You ever see that your teammate's coming up and not guarding goal like he's supposed to, you got to go for those. You have no choice. Even if you know you can't make it in time, you might make them make some sort of mistake and miss anyway. But you got to go for those. He's in the goal and he's heading back. I can't challenge here. All I can do is try and stall best I can. There we go. Now we're back on it. I'm gonna hit it in corner and see if I can score this solo. Nah. I didn't pass. What? Never mind. Can put it up. Turn on it. No! What are you guys doing? Why would you ever in any world hit it backwards? This might be a goal. I can get to that. One more time. Nope, never mind. You're ready, teammate. He wasn't ready. And he missed the boost that he went back for. Should have just took the shot. Should be GG. GG, baby. GG. Well played. And that's all the Rocket League I'll do for today. I just wanted to get on just so I didn't get as rusty as I did the 3 days I took off. This is what I wanted to show. Discord, QTASTIC and friends. Discord link. Invite people. There is a fly and it's driving me insane. There is the Discord link. Please, shoe fly, don't bother me. For anybody that wants to join the Discord community. https://discord.gg/X lowercase c capital Y capital C capital K small s small m capital T. It's X-ray Charlie Yankee Charlie Kilo Sam or Sierra Mike Tango. Where did I get Sam from? Think about Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell. X-ray Charlie Yankee Charlie Kilo Sierra Mike Tango. Feel free to join. I don't think I've set anything up. I mean, I have things on the announcement thing. If you play Rocket League, every single Rocket League patch that comes out is listed here as they come out. So if you play Rocket League, it's a very good Discord to go into. There's all kinds of commands and all of that. There's Hamachi server info, things of that nature. You've got chat rooms, things like that, etc., etc. But let's head on back online and let's head on to the creations tab. And as this gets set up, I am going to try and deal with this pest issue, and I'll be back. I don't know, guys. That fly just might be around for the long shot. He's my biggest fan. Oh boy. Mic check. Sound check. I'm gonna have to wait 30 seconds because it's on a 30-second delay. I don't know, guys. That fly. Alright. Behavior will never balance the game. Actually, Dead by Daylight is a very balanced game. But let's see. I'm gonna grab me a water, which I should have grabbed during that whole kerfuffle. This is what my streams are gonna be known for. Not engaging content, not dumb content, not intellectual content. No. But taking 5 minutes to grab a water. Out of a box. For those of you wondering, I am drinking Fiji water. It's their big, I think it's 1.5 liter bottles that you can get. They're not too terribly expensive for what you get. What are they? Yeah, 1.5 liters or 1.58 quarts. It's a big boy. Not bad. I like them. People say that you shouldn't drink bottled water every day because the plastic can bleed like estrogen or something weird like that into the water, and you can get poisoned and all kinds of other bull crap from the Fiji waters and other. But I'm like, was it Dasona or Dasona? Dasani, whatever company it was, you know, the one that starts with a D. I think it is Dasani or whatever. After that whole thing with them adding a whole bunch of other crap into their water, and I've been drinking that in schools and sometimes even in the military, I'm not too worried about it. You know? But anyway, behavior will never balance the game. They don't know how to properly play their game at high skill level. We'll talk about the number one dumbest comment. Behavior does not know how to play their own game at a high skill level. No, not all of behavior knows how to play their game at a high skill level. But guess what? They have testers and people that actually is their sole purpose is to play this game. Do you realize when you make a game, it's not just, or a AAA game, which I'm just going to say, even though it's technically an indie game, a game of this caliber, how many different people work on this to bring you what you play on a daily basis? He's like, do you not understand how many people, how much time, how much money goes into production? And you're just gonna put all of them into one category as they don't know how to properly play their game at high skill level. They are the creators of the game. They know every single nook, cranny, and all of that other stuff. The playtesters, the people that actually go through and get the content and all of that. They know the nooks and crannies of every single thing about this game. They know exactly the hitboxes. They know all of that stuff because they've played it for a long time. Players can suss out what a hit or where the hitbox is and things like that, but unless you've actually seen the hitbox with your eyes and the lunge distances and things like that and any other types of external or internal changes, you don't know. You can have the idea, but you'll never know the exact. And if they include all of them into that process and they player testing the game, generally you'll have an everyday play test and it'll be their basic job, and they'll have secondary duties of paperwork and things like that. Like being an actual game tester sucks unless the company just needs you for that. They go in, they play games, then they do a lot of paperwork. So for that one match that they play, they do have a mountain of paperwork to do to make sure everything's going well. They got to do a whole bunch of other different types of things. But while doing those types of things, you find things out. So saying that they don't know how to properly play their game at a high skill level, I guarantee you're the problem in this issue. Not the, I don't know, let's say hundreds of people that you're trying to implicate. Generally, it's the player. But let's see what you're basing this off of. It has been 5 years and nothing has changed. 5 years and nothing has changed. Bro, Dead by Daylight might have came out in 2016. I want to say that there was something available for the public in 2015 before, though. But officially came out in 2016. And it's been 5 years. Do you think this game would remain as popular as it is if it didn't change anything from the time that it came out? That is an entirely ignorant statement. And I don't know why you're even posting this on a forum. And the sad thing is somebody's going to agree with this. It's been 5 years, nothing has changed. Do you not understand how many maps, how many killers, how many contract deals, how many changes, how many, of everything that's actually happened? This person has probably only participated in one, if not any, of the public test betas. He probably never participated in the old school, like the offering systems and things like that gave you access to the other characters and things of that nature. He's probably never played every single killer and character and used every single perk or anything like that. He's never, if you put this guy in a position and said, okay, wise guy, you balance the game and make it how you think it should be, I guarantee you he screws it up. And a lot of people stop playing the game because he screws it up. It's been 5 years and nothing has changed. Oh, then he completely contradicts his previous statement. I mean, the changes they brought to the game are meaningless balance-wise. But you just said that it's been 5 years and nothing has changed. But now you're saying that they have changed things to the game. But they're meaningless balance-wise. What do you mean? Anytime they add something to the game, it has to be balanced. The only thing that's super questionable is the RPD police department, but that's because it's one of the newer maps and people don't play it that often. When it first debuted, there were a lot more problems than the problems that you have now. I couldn't even figure out how to get to the other side of the map when it first debuted that map. I was stuck as a killer playing Nemesis on one side of the map for a long time till I found, the ways to actually get through. It was cramped. As soon as you found a survivor, they really had no chances of escape because there was also a pallet that a survivor could use to get a little bit of distance on you, but they always put a way for the killer to just walk around the pallet. They since then took it down, that have taken it down, done some modifications, and brought it back. I still don't particularly like the map, but I can't say that it's not particularly balanced. I hate the map, and I probably would like it more if I took time to learn the new map and the changes. Because there are some infinite loops in that map, but you can just take the killer on. Those still exist. But that's just one of the newer type issues that have been pointed out by a lot of people not liking RPD. The global game design will never allow a real balance. Well, let me ask you something, smart guy. Without looking at Google, what engine does Dead by Daylight run through? You should know this, since you have all of these ideas and opinions. Now, I want to ask you, secondly, what's the limitations of the engine that they're running on? How often does the engine that they're running on get updated? If it even gets updated anymore. And I want all this information without you Googling it and things like that. The global game design will never allow a real balance. Either the survivors won't be able to hold any chase and it will be a bad experience for them. Either they still have the features to hold the chase and it will be a terrible experience for killers. Now, here you go again, grouping a whole bunch of people into one group. Are you just prejudiced to everything? Are you a racist? Are you a social justice type person? Are you a type of you people and they type of person? It's not a good experience, it's not a good attitude to have. The global game design allows balance because, well, the game's balance, there's perks and everything else that you can run specific builds. If your build gets countered by another survivor build, it's part of the game. If your build's perfect and counters a survivor build and you get the advantage as a killer, it's part of the game. If survivors don't know how to properly loop and use what's available to them, they're probably going to go down. But guess what? Playing the game, you're going to learn how to use loops properly and how to go through chases. And killers are going to learn how to go through or counter loops properly and how to win chases. Then you say that they're either going to have a good match or a bad match, not even a medium fun style match. So survivors are either going to get crapped on as a group or the killer's going to get crapped on as an individual. One, they have different killers. Different killers have different abilities. The different abilities are made to supplement you and your playstyle. Just like there's other supplements in life to supplement your life. You need to choose the correct supplement that you need. Don't pick Pig as a killer and then have your weak game being, survivors getting range on you, or getting pallet stunned and things like that. Or maybe you're just slow at doing everything. Don't run Pig if you're slow and can't handle loops and things like that. If loops are your killer, run Trapper. Put traps in loops that you have troubles with. If it's a ranged thing, use a ranged killer. Run Huntress or buy Deadslinger. If you have problems with after you get the first hit, they always get away from you, run a killer that can apply exposed status effect or perks that's built around that. You have problems being stunned by flashlight on pickups? Run Lightborn. You can do all the immediate pickups you want. Just don't walk in front of a pallet. And like I said, any type of playstyle and any type of weakness that you have, there's perks balanced around it. As long as you take the time to learn the game. If you're just running around like a chicken with your head cut off, yeah, you're going to have a lot of losses and you're not going to have a fun time. But that's because you're not applying yourself. It's the same with schooling. If you fail when you go to school, generally it's you not applying yourself. You could have a piece of crap instructor that whatever he teaches doesn't help you. And if you stay in his class that entire time, you're an idiot. Because you're not applying yourself. One, you're not trying to learn anything between the gaps that you're not understanding for him. Two, you're probably not asking him to repeat himself or stay after class or anything like that. You're paying him to teach you. Apply yourself and make him actually teach you. If not, GTFO, transfer to another class with another instructor. If that's the only instructor that's available, then transfer to another class. Learn a whole completely new subject before you get too far in and you get screwed by it and you've just wasted money. Transfer to another class while you're still at the beginning. Learn something new. When the time comes to go back to this instructor and things like that, well, in between that, you should be making a plan on how to deal with that. Talk to the principal. Talk to the instructor itself. Talk to see if there's any type of alternatives. Maybe you might have to go the route of teaching yourself specific things. You know? Maybe they might have to give you the syllabus or something like that, and then you just have to open up the books and apply yourself. Because even bad instructors generally at least tell you what they're trying to teach you. They give you the overview. We're learning this today. If you can't understand what he's saying, look in the book, teach it to yourself. There's a lot of people are, well, I didn't pay all of this money to learn or to have to go through the book myself. I could have sat at home and did that. Why didn't you? There's plenty of supplements and things online that teach you what you need to know. If you can't find it in person, go online to a free website that offers the same education and learn it that way. See if they offer any type of online classes or extra work or extra credit or anything like that to keep supplementing yourself so you succeed. One very good quote that I got from a game, and those of you may know, is to attain one's dream requires a stern will and unfailing determination. One of the greatest quotes I ever heard in my life. Stern will and unfailing determination. This is what you need to get where you need to go. It's when you start giving up is when you start failing. You can fail a test 16 times before you pass it. As long as you don't give up and you keep applying yourself and keep pushing forward, you will eventually pass it. Anyway, as this guy was saying, it's a very ignorant statement. Either all 4 survivors won't be able to hold any chase, or the killer will have a bad experience. One, both ways. There are 5 people in that game, 4 of which are on one team and 1 that's on a team by themselves. The 4 survivors, if not 1 out of 4 survivors can hold a decent chase. 1, you're playing Survive with friends with all of your new friends, and that's dumb. It's fun, but it's dumb. Because you generally get into a match and people are scared and walking around and not doing generators and with super overly dramatic horror experiences what most people come into. You're hiding in lockers, you're crouching, you're afraid to do anything. You hear the terror radius, you're out before it even happens. Then you run spine chill. As soon as it lights up, you're out. That's generally the start. That's somebody who doesn't prior know anything about the game, who plays with friends. Very good atmosphere. And I do recommend playing, a game maybe a game or two so you can get the introduction and get the horror aspect of the game. But I wouldn't recommend it for your very first game. But I mean, they do have a tutorial tutorial now, so I guess it is all right. In the past, there was no tutorial. I mean, there was like words that you could read that nobody really paid attention to, but now there's a full-blown tutorial that basically teaches you everything to do. So I guess now it's more relevant to where you actually can just jump in and play with friends. In the past, nah. You was left to your own devices. They gave you a tip when you first introduced to a new thing in the menus, but once you're in game, you're on your own. The new matchmaking and all of that, even though a lot of people say that it's bad, it's also good. If you're a higher level player, yeah, you're gonna get frustrated. If you're a lower level player and new, it's more weighted towards them. They want people to enjoy their game and new people to actually get acquainted to the game without getting steamrolled over by just overpowered, fully perked up, juiced up killer. So you're gonna get a mix of, higher level survivors with lower level survivors, and you're gonna have like a medium level killer. Or even sometimes a right at the end of baby killer, or somebody who has a higher MMR in general, but it's their first time using this particular killer. So, but you can't catch and 100% tune something to that. Like with Rocket League, you've seen how when I was playing, yeah, everybody has a matchmaking rating or MMR. Matchmaking rating or MMR or ELO or whatever you want to call it. And then they put people with likewise things together. However, there's a party system that incorporates and it has to rebalance itself, and then there's other aspects that the game has to balance it to itself, available players, etc., etc. Leaving most games that you join, there's going to be an overly juiced up like GC or something like that, or tournament winner on a GC level. And then there's going to be, some lower level people that really can't keep up. Call of Duty. Well, Call of Duty was random for a long time. But things like that. Every single game that tries to give you a rating for how you play and things like that, you're gonna not have a perfect system. When you have an influx of new people, it's gonna break the system. Because now you have to get this influx of people playing on servers, but you also have to accommodate the people that have actually, played and put in the time. Sometimes you just gotta throw them into a lobby together because you ain't got enough servers to accommodate all of that. It's like you gotta understand that the things that you are complaining about, the changes they brought to the game are meaningless balance time, or the survivors won't be able to hold a chase, or a killer won't be able to hold a chase, type things. You have to understand that it has to be balanced globally, not just to your narcissistic prejudice butt. Mind game is almost never involved. Looping is a dumb mechanic. No need to bring, just know the timing. Killer can try to mind game, but won't bring any positive most of the time, as survivors can see most of the killers move with 3D view. It's third person, for one. And two, there's mind games everywhere. I mind game the crap out of killers. There's mind game everywhere. It's the fact that now I know you're just bad at the game and you're mad because bad. It is that simple. If you're really having this much trouble, watch a YouTube video on how to properly loop and things like that. Mind game is almost never involved. Mind game is always involved. If you're just mindlessly running loops, that's probably why you're mad, because when you go, they're probably mind gaming you and getting slaps on you. Which is where that negative experience where survivors can't hold chases. No need to brain, just know the timing. What timing? What timing? What are you talking about? If you're looping without looking around to see if the killer is going back or doing whatever, or seeing where the red stain is and things like that, and it's working for you, that's going to come to a close very quickly when you get any type of killer that knows what they're doing. Looping is a dumb mechanic. Have you seen any horror movie or any horror game? Looping is involved in 99% of them. Looping the killer, running around, trying not to die. You're stuck in a set area trying not to die. You're going to be looping any type of killer in any kind of horror game. No need to brain, just know the timing. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. Please let me play a game against you so I can just absolutely destroy your timing. Because I'm going to get you to Killer Shack and I'm going to fake that and go back in and deck you every time. On the LT walls, I'm going to fake it and make you jump through the window, and I'm going to deck you every time because you don't check. I'm going to make you early drop pallets and just stick close to you so I can keep breaking them so you screw the rest of your team up. Since you go by timing, you don't look at me. You're one of the guys that I chased as my Ghostface build that I literally just stalk while they're running because they never take the time to look at what I'm doing. Once I get you exposed, I walk over and I slap you down. Because you don't pay attention to what I'm doing, you're always moving. You're the type of guy that just drops pallets and does vaults and things like that, and I just stand still and they do this loop and run exactly right back to me, and then I slap them. That's the type of player you are. And when you get a smart killer, you want to get mad and say that survivors can't hold a chase, and it's going to be, or survivors can't loop, and it's going to be a bad experience for them. I don't have to allow you to loop, just like the killer doesn't have to allow me to loop. That Ghostface that I mind game in the base or in the Killer Shack and all that, he probably still had the time of his life getting downs, hooking people, even though he got one kill. He probably still had fun playing his game. The bad experience comes from you having a bad attitude before you even get on the game. You're trying to make the game simple, and you're trying to say that it's completely simple. You can just hide behind a wall and use 3D view, which makes no sense, third person view, and you can just see where the killer is and then just sneak by him. No, it's not that easy. That's the reality. Behavior has never balanced the game because they know they cannot do it, as it is impossible with the current design. They just don't admit it. The game's balanced for the most part, and they keep bringing more changes, more balances, and more killers fairly frequently. Why it takes so long is because they have to keep getting licenses for killers, and as opposed to just adding in original content. Adding in original content brings the community that's already played back, but doesn't get any type of new people interested in Dead by Daylight, which is why they always go for contract killers. It makes sense. Get a contract and a killer that everybody knows, and then, bada bing, bada boom, it brings people in. They introduced an original design. People that play the game are like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, content. But people who don't play the game are like, okay, that's nice. And they keep on moving well, or moving on. But if they say, oh, Pennywise is in the game now, people are going to be like, ah, yeah, I got to see this. And capitalism. Game is very balanced. I do reviews over perks. A lot. Dead by Daylight's very balanced. If you actually took the time to shut your mouth and actually look at what they have to offer, you would understand this. This guy. Let's see if he's an actual observer. Yeah, the hatch change, if that is actually the final version, kind of leads me to believe that they don't understand what they're doing with their oh my god, asymmetrical survival horror balance, as it makes match outcomes more binary with a more strict you win, you lose presentation. It's a lot of big words to say that you don't like the hatch change, because I can't use hatch to escape anymore as easily. I can't bring my key and get the entire lobby out anymore. The whole purpose is, and the horror aspect is, that you're stuck in an area with a killer. You have to do gens to escape. The hatch mechanic is a way, if you are the last survivor and it's impossible for you to complete your gens and get out, is a means of escape, so you can salvage, so you can be the last survivor. It's not meant to be part of the main game. The hatch was introduced because, well, if everybody else died, there's no way you're going to complete 3 gens by yourself. Then you're just kind of screwed, and then you have to basically walk to the killer and be like, alright man, finish me. Guess what, guy? That's a balance. But you don't think about the things that are obviously balanced. You're too busy nitpicking things away to find the things that you don't like. The hatch is a very good balance. You've gotten so complacent with the game that you don't even understand what's balanced and what's unbalanced. This guy, it's a very ignorant statement. Changing the hatch to where the hatch doesn't show up until you're the last survivor is a bad thing. It makes the outcomes more binary with a more strict you win, you lose presentation. What the hell are you talking about? Having the hatch not even show up until the last survivor remaining guarantees that you don't have scumbags that are sitting on the edge of the map waiting for their team to die. Well, I don't say it guarantees, it balances it to where it tries to keep them from sitting on the edge of the map waiting on their team to die. It gives them more of a focus to actually go in and go for saves and things like that. By base, the hatch showing up early not only allows for an essential free win if you have a key or find a key, which is BS because the killer's getting docked the amount of people that are escaping, especially if it's an SWF party. If all of them have 3 keys, that's 12 wins that they can get after doing X amount of work. Now, granted, it's going to have to be, at bare minimum, a 3-man party to take any advantage of it, unless they're just hatch jumping at the end just because they can. Which leaves one guy to do all the work and basically take the fall. While that guy's getting chased or whatever, they're going to go hop in the hatch and leave. Or the killer's having a good run, but the survivors find a key or something like that. they pop the hatch and all the survivors go. It's like brand new part. Brand new part in the past used to 100% a generator if you got all of your thing completely just done like that. Well, then they realized, hey, this needs to be balanced, and they balanced it now to what, 15%, 25%, something like that. I think it changes basis off the toolbox that you're using, because the toolbox only goes down so far. But I don't know. It's like 15 or 25% now, as opposed to the entire generator. Like with Ruin. Ruin used to only work if you missed the great skill check. Then it would go down a little bit and then allow you to keep working. They changed that because, well, people got good at the game and started hitting every skill check, and Ruin was becoming useless. So then they changed it to, if you're not touching the gen, it regresses. Period. However, the killer cannot kick generators. It's a balance. They also regress faster. Making the hatch only be shown to the last survivor was one of the best things that they could ever do for this game. I'm so happy they did it, because the survivor that found the hatch now has the precedent already set for them. Well, if that guy gets hooked, there's no need to save him. I'm just going to let him bleed out and jump in this hatch afterwards. You're letting a survivor die who could have potentially be saved just so you can get this hatch. Now that you don't know where it's at, you're leaving yourself up to a very, 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 very huge amount of RNG. In most cases, like in one of the games I watched, the hatch popped up, but the person was found before the hatch actually showed itself while they were running around looking for it, and they got downed. And they didn't go and save the other person. They let the other person bleed out, and in turn, it didn't work out for them because they didn't know where hatch was. It also brings more power to, I think it's Bill's perk that allows you to see hatch ore within like 15 meters or whatever it is. It adds more value to that perk, bringing it up, while also bringing up the value of survivors actually saving people versus letting them die and jumping in the hatch. Don't get me wrong, I didn't like how keys interacted with hatch before when survivors were in the lead. But if you had a key with previous hatch, you had a, well, the killer is too strong time to run option that wasn't restricted simply to the last survivor. So you're immediately contradicting yourself. There was the point of your first. Why do people do this? I see this on a daily basis, especially in forums and comment sections and things like this. People will boldly state whatever's the first thing in their brain, and then immediately contradict themselves with their secondary statement. A lot of things, especially if they're trying to argue with somebody, they will say, what you're doing is completely wrong, and then turn around and do the same thing. What? Like, what? What? And what's their asymmetrical survivor horror have to do with anything? I mean, you can play zombie games and get the same thing. The thing that brings Dead by Daylight and makes it so asymmetrical is how all of the systems go. The survivors in first person, or the killers in first person, survivors in third person. There's different powers, different perks, different things that spawn on the field, different mechanics that act or interact with each other. Your basic chase, the evasion, the catch, etc., etc. I mean, at the end of any game, you're going to either get you win or you lose. But the thing about it is, if all survivors die, that is the you lose. If all survivors get out, that is the you win. Or you lose to the killer, vice versa. If you personally die and you don't contribute enough to the actual game, that's a loss. But if you contribute and die, you don't get docked off your rank. It's not just a strict you win, you lose. You either get demoted, stay the same with the safety pips, or advance, depending upon your play. If you don't do anything but hide and you die, you're going to get demoted and you're going to essentially lose. If you play as a team and you still die, you probably won't lose any rank because of the safety pip system and things like that. Now, the higher, or in this case, the lower rank you are, and you get down to the iridescent ones and things like that, yes, it's harder and you have to contribute more. You have to get those iridescent medals and things like that. Which is how it should be. You should have to play harder the better rank you get. Which is a good balance, by the way. So no. Making the hatch only available to the last survivor is not making a more strict you win, you lose presentation. It's adding in a way for you to accelerate the lobby. So the killer isn't just patrolling gens, and the survivor isn't just hiding in a locker until things are smooth over. Which is a very good balance. It's like I said, half of you don't understand that there wasn't no end-game collapse or anything like that. There was no closing of the hatch that activated the exit doors. There was literally just standoffs. The killer would find the hatch, and they would stand over the hatch, and then the survivor would find the hatch, and they would stand over the hatch. And if the survivor tried to jump, the killer would catch them. But if the survivor faked and the killer made a move and swung instead, then the survivor would jump in hatch and escape. And there were hatch standoffs that lasted for a long time. Some were funny, some were boring. You never know. Now, they're like, well, let's reduce the amount of server time from like 30 or something minutes to like 10 to 15 minutes. Sometimes even 8. And it was a good change and a good balance to the game, adding in the in-game collapse, which forces survivors to actually do something. Adding in, well, updating the hatch to where it only lasts for the last survivor. The sad thing is, if a survivor used the key and escape and the killer closed the hatch, there goes the entire game. Similarly, killers have a, well, the survivors are too good time to camp, which unfortunately is being put to use even if the killer is in the lead. Have you played a first-person shooter? Have you played any first-person shooter in your life? Any of them. Pick one. Camping is a problem with basically any game. Any game that involves you having to do an objective. Camping's going to be a problem. You're going to get spawn camp. You're going to get objective camp. You're going to get all kinds of bull crap that happens to you. Camping is something that's been in games since the beginning. The good thing about Dead by Daylight is, versus FPSs and things like that, if you're getting spawn camped in an FPS, you're stuck. until your team can either kill the people that are spawn camping you, or you rage quit, or some other type of miracle happens, or if you have a updated system where you spawn in a random place if they get into your spawn, etc., etc. But people know the distances for those, and they just sit right outside that distance and gun you down. You're complaining about camping, which is allowed by game dev and definition, by the way, because you didn't specifically say face camping, just camping. If a killer camps, there's ways around that. If you actually took the time to learn the game, there's a lot of ways to get around killer camping. They are used and exploited by people who actually take the time to learn the game and the balancing and the mechanics and things like that to get past it. Borrowed Time is a very good example of that. Borrowed Time, the survivor who's being camped takes the hit after you get the unhook, and then both of you are off into the wild. Or if it's the end game collapse, you're both off into the wild. He takes a hit, then the other survivor takes a second hit if need be, and then you both escape. If the killer's face camping the first person they down, if the rest of you would quit being idiots and just go do generators, by the time he gets done face camping the one person, you're going to be on either the last or completely done with this particular lobby. It takes 80 seconds per generator, and it takes 20 seconds or 120 seconds or 2 minutes for an entire dead hook phase, which can be extended by 30 seconds to 150 seconds. To get things done. And this is if survivors aren't running toolboxes or anything like that. They're not running anything. This is just base survivor hands, no perks or anything like that to go on top of that. So you have whatever the initial chase time that person getting chased adds in, plus pickup time, plus hook time, plus hang time, since that person is face camping. All of that time, if you can't completed most of the generators and be basically on the way out by the time this person dies out, even with just the regular 120 seconds, there's an issue. All three of you go to different generators from the start. Well, all four of you go to different generators from the start. One of you gets caught and the other three work. That is 3 generator pops you should potentially have if the guy's a good looper by the time he goes down and gets hooked. That should be 3 gens. Doo-doo-doo. If not, and he goes down early, still, he's getting face camped. You should still be able to get 3. Then 2 of the survivors that are left are going to go on 1 gen, and then the 1 that's by themselves is going to go on the other gen. You're going to work. By the time the guy gets to the second phase and is about to bleed out, when you have enough time to get there, and maybe a little time to move around and things like that if you don't have the other perk, one of the guys on the 2 gen that are working together should then leave and go for an unhook. While that guy is going for an unhook and all of that and messing with the killer that's face camping, which if he's face camping properly, you're not going to be able to get the unhook anyway, and that person just goes back to another generator. You guys escape with a 3-piece in the story. Generally, nobody has that type of patience to just sit there and not face camp when there's another juicy survivor nearby. When that killer reacts, you get borrowed time or something like that. You use the taking a hit strategy. Both of you go and run towards exit door location where the other survivors are. You have unlimited amounts of pallets that you can drop. You don't need to worry about saving them. As long as you know you're pathing, there's loops, there's windows, there's pallets, there's everything that you have. An entire map's worth of resources to use because he hasn't been chasing anybody or using them. Use those resources. You'll get space on the killer. Just keep dropping pre-dropping pallets. And if you get into like a god pallet and he doesn't break it, keep using that god pallet to force him to break it, then run the entire loop that you just ran backwards. If he's not a breaker, just run the entire loop you did backwards. Force him to break those pallets. If not, loop him back around, find another god pallet or another way, and then go back through the same pathway again. And force him to stop and take the time to break those pallets. When he does, that's your chance to break away. Hopefully by that time another teammate will come help you or something like that, to where you can make some sort of escape. Killer Shack's a good example of a place where you can get space. God pallets, killer shacks, double windows. LT walls, like there's a whole bunch of areas where you can get a lot of space and a lot of distance. You just have to be smart enough to use them. And like I said, if the killer's camping, one, not only are they not getting points, which it's basically going to be a D rank, unless, you know, they're like Ash or something. Which, I mean, newer players do tend to camp. They'll run small circles around the person that they have on the hook. It's what they do. You gotta be smarter than them and get those generators done and then go for the save when you have to. Or when it's available sometimes if they're a heavy camper, but when you have to. You have to understand that you can be going up against, you know, baby killers because you're probably a low rank yourself. And if you're a high rank and going against a baby killer, it's basically an easy win. If the rest of your crew or team isn't baby survivors, then you might be stuck doing 5 generators by yourself. So, doesn't appreciate the content he has, contradictory to himself, makes no sense. Then he replies on him, and let's see where this goes from there. During the weekend, the vast majority of trials are a camp fest. Killers don't play. They just camp without moving unless someone tries to unhook. That ain't true. You are full of it, son. You are absolutely, positively full of it. And that's how I know you haven't played this game for a long time. You probably haven't played this game much. That's how I know you're full of it. I have rarely gotten camped. Like, just straight up camped here. Rarely here recently. And just so you guys know, this was all today. All of this was today. All of this is today. Rarely have been camped. I played a couple of Survivor games and things like that. Yeah, it happens occasionally, especially when I do it to myself by taunting the killer and flashlight stunning them after every pallet and things like that and running them around the entire match. If you loop a killer the entire match, you know you're going to get camped when you get caught. So if you are the type of person who goes for just loops, you know the risk. Also, I love how specific you are during the weekend. If you have problems during the weekend, guess what, stupid? Don't play during the weekend. Holy crap, I just solved an issue. Don't play during the weekend. Find another game if you're having issues during that. Or, better yet, during the week when you're not getting camped, how's about you actually take the time to increase your rank so you don't have to worry about that? This is false. Most games, the killer actually hooks and moves. One, Because barbecue and chili and things like that are becoming the meta perks. Ruin, barbecue and chili, sometimes discordance, etc., etc., haunted grounds, things like that. Things that rely on you moving are more the meta perks. So he's full of it. Everything is broken in this game. Behavior succeeded and failed in pretty much everything concerning the designs. I would like for you to create your own game and do better. I really would. You have the audacity to say that behavior has failed, even though their sales on this game are extremely high. The consumption of this game is extremely high. The popularity of this game is extremely high. How dare you say anything like this? You've probably only played this game, what, one time? Maybe two times? You got a baby killer, and then you're like, I'm never playing this game again, and then just immediately just went off. Play the game, put in the hours, then start complaining about things. Killers don't play, they just camp without moving. Let me guess. You might be one of those types of guys that plays with friends that go for an immediate unhook and run right by the killer. Like in a game that I streamed, it was yesterday or the day before. I was leaving to go gin patrol, and the survivor runs right by me straight towards the hook. Like, I'm gonna follow that booty, and I'm gonna get it. I walked over, went after the other guy, because I could have just rehooked the guy that got pulled down, but I hate when it happens to me, so I let him do his thing. I went after the other guy for being an idiot, took him down, and then hooked him, and then left like I originally tried to do. After I got that starstruck value, of course. And it just amazes me how people say the dumbest things when they obviously don't have hours in the game. Put in the hours, learn the game first, then go back and say something about it. Bad loop designs. Actually, the loop designs are fantastic. Like the Killer Shack loop. Fantastic. And they also have limitations to where you can only use the same window 3 times. The pallets can be broken. There's also perks that if the killer goes through the window, they can't use it. Bamboozle, for example, and vice versa. The loops are made to keep the chase active. To give you that I could be screwed at any moment, but also give you leeway once you learn that, hey, I can get away from this. It's balanced. Too many pallets. What do you mean too many pallets? If there anything, I would like to have more pallets, because once the pallet's gone, it's gone for the game, buddy. It's gone from the game. Pallets are designed in areas to help survivors out, because, well, everybody knows the killers, for the most part, are faster than the survivors. Too many pallets. That I've never heard anybody complain about too many pallets. If you're a killer and you're getting absolutely looped and pallets slammed upon and stunned and things like that, that's a shame on you. How about you try some of the mind games that you say you don't need to have and learn to go past that. The survivor runs through an area and drops every pallet in that area, and the killer takes the time to actually destroy every pallet. That area no longer can really be used effectively. Because once the loop runs out, there's no pallet there to get you that distance to the next loop. Too many jungle gems. You're gonna have to elaborate. So if you're talking about the back and forth action you're doing with, window from window to window, the pallet, the jumping back over and running through the things again, then there ain't actually very many of those if the killer does a job and actually cuts the loop off like they're supposed to. But not only are there too many jungle gyms, there's overpowered jungle gyms and RNG spawns. Let me look this up. Dead by Daylight. Jungle gym. Ah, you're just talking about the maze tile. Okay. Here, I'll make it bigger for those of you. I don't call these maze tiles. You have the LT tile, which is what I've referred to a lot. It's just giving you the proper way to loop and through. Actually, I might put this on my Discord for new people that join. If you're wondering, these are for Reddit posts and things like that. I mean, I could take you to the other Reddit. Nah. Jungle Gym Guide. DBD. There's not a... This is no, that's not Killer Shack. Killer Shack has two doors. Yeah, that's Killer Shack. You go in, generally there's a little corner that a totem can sit in. You have a window here and a door here. A pallet would sit here. So that's probably Killer Shack. Yeah. Pallet is the symbol there. Windows there. Doors there. So, tile layout. Pallet, window, door. Survivor running path. Survivor running path, as they approach, they want to either go in, through, out the window, lather, rinse, repeat. Once the loop right here is used up, they want to go through, drop the pallet, and then GTFO. To successfully use this entire transition, you want to be chased in, go through, loop, drop the pallet, leave. What I typically do, because, well, let me go over the killer primary path. If the survivor comes in and tries to go this way, oh, they draw it backwards. So if the survivor comes in and tries to go this way, the killer wants to wait here. And if the survivor comes this way, you want to cut them off this way. If the survivor wants to try and go that way, you want to go that way and try to cut them off. If the survivor stays and does that buh action, you want to hop through the window and try to force them to move. I don't need to read any of that because I've played the game for a long time. As a survivor, what I actually like to do is, if I come here and I'm here and I see that the killer is looking at me through this window, I'll walk back outside, because you know the first thing they're going to do is try to come this way. You can either walk back inside and juke back in, which is very risky because you have to get like perfectly right there the way they can't see you, and then come back in and hopefully they've already moved. Now if they say screw it and go around this side, you mean you're going to run smack dab into them, but that's a fake that you can do on this wall. It's very risky. But what I most commonly do, if I see a killer sitting right here, I go out and then I turn and I act like I'm leaving. And if I see, you know, any other type of tile, I'll just run to that next tile. If not, I will go through. There's actually boards that are generally here that you can see through. Now, most houses, they've changed that to where they're boarded up and can't see through. But you also have the killer stain and things like that that you can go off of. But I'll go back through and I'll just make this loop out here and make it wide. So by the time I get to about here and out, they're coming around this way looking. Now from here, you can continue along this way, and if you see a red stain come across, then you know that you need the GTFO and probably abandon ship. Or if you have a dead heart or something like that, which I usually run, I'll just go back in and continue the loop to force them out. In the rare cases that they go out and do this way, generally they'll come out and about and even check in here still, and then continue to go this way if they do that. Sometimes you can go up, go in this way, turn around, and then cut back out, or just go here and hide behind this wall. Either or works. If you go here, and the killer, you see the red stain, don't wait till the killer's around the wall before you start moving. As soon as you see that red stain coming, if you elect to start running this way, by the time you're about here-ish, they're going to be coming around the corner or cutting in like this. If you time everything correctly, you should be able to either go this way and escape or do whatever you need to do because you're no longer in sight, or the killer's going to chase you around this corner, which if you make it here, you can do the same thing again. And from this time, you can just go in, make a wide loop, and jump out window if he does elect to come in. If it's in game, drop the pallet and then just completely leave. Or do any number of actions. The window is where most killers use as a power spot because they have the options of going around and cutting you off there, going around cutting you off there, or going and jumping in and forcing you to make a move. The thing about that is, survivors 9 times out of 10 get complacent and don't think about what they're doing. Instead of looking at the stains and all of that, they just go and assume a killer is going to go a specific way. And what they'll generally do is they'll come in like this. Killer will be sitting here. They'll be getting chased. They'll go, which I don't know why they don't incorporate this. If the killer has actually quite a bit of distance from you, you actually shouldn't run in here and run in here and use this window up, or run in here and go this direction, because if there's enough distance, the killer's just going to go like this. Or if they know you're going to continue the line by seeing scratch marks or something like that, they're just going to go around and then cut you off there. I don't know why it says to immediately go in and use this window. Because generally here, if the killer's not, like right on my butt and I know I have the space, I'm going to go up, around, sit here, wait for, the stain or whatever comes around, and then I'm going to make a wide turn and then use this. This will be my first window. As opposed to immediately coming in and hopping and then waiting, because afterwards most survivors that hop, they'll act like they're going this way and then they'll immediately turn back around and fake and go the opposite way. So after a survivor hops a window, the best thing the killer can do is see which way they're going and make sure that they're actually going to continue going that way. So I can't tell you how many killers that I've personally juked out that I hop a window, killer looks to see where I'm going, I act like I'm heading this way, they disappear, and I just go right on back out this way. Completely escape. Killer goes all the way around when they could have just seen what I was doing. It's a lot quicker to ensure that the survivor is leaving before you move, as opposed to coming all the way here. Now the survivor's on the other side of the pallet and can decide which way they want to go next. versus watching them leave and then going and pursuing them and cutting them off potentially. I'm not gonna go over any of the. Well, I guess I could. I could do LT Wool. I talk about it a lot. So LT Wool, same as with Killer Shat, except there's two different things. So imagine it as essentially one gigantic square, but with a door here and a door here, and then a window below it. And that'll help you out quite a lot on how to properly run this. The problem is where the mind games come into play is how people get down. The guy that says he does everything based off timing is the guy that's going to initially come in, jump through the window, run back through, and try to jump through the window again, instead of making sure that the killer isn't double backed on him and gets hit and says that this loop is useless, as opposed to jumping through the window, coming through a looping pattern, and then coming back through and jumping. From there, you can actually do a double loop pattern and escape, or you can do a very long looping pattern like that. Or you can do it like they say, and you can just run this as one infinite loop. The way I just showed is the leaving looping pattern, what you want to do. When you first come in, you can jump this thing, come through around the wall, and jump through. Going in like this gives you full running volts the entire time. And if you just keep doing this pattern, notice when he jumps through, he comes around, comes straight on here. Jumps through, comes around, comes straight on here. Doing it that way, however, once you're through, your 6 jumps that you get, it's over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I guarantee you're not going to get all 6 before you're cut off. Because all the killer has to do, like this illustrates, is just do a methodology of coming here. On this thing right here is where a killer would fake. You would show your red stain around the corner, and then back up and go back through here to get the survivor, if they double back for this smaller loop here, or even here. It's very risky. Killer's gonna come through. Let's say the survivor's doing this infinite loop, which is here. Excuse me. Me personally, if I'm chasing a survivor in and they hit this loop, I'm not going to do all of this trying to break and do all of this other, type of bullcrap. As soon as they jump through right here, I'm just gonna chill here, and I'm gonna see which direction they go. If they try to go this way and it leads to nothing, I'll let them go that way, and then I'll chase and cut back through. If that way is something relevant, like Kill Shack is there, I'm gonna show my red stain and then wait to try to get them to turn back and go in opposite direction. And I'm going to fake the heck out of them to try to get them not to go for Kill Shack or whatever is over here, as opposed to the wall or whatever is in this area, or even weaker loop. And if I'm coming around the outside like this and the survivor jumps back in, I don't usually come all the way over here and try to show my stain to force the survivor to jump back through. I typically know it's going to happen, and I'll go in and I'll stop about there, or I'll show my stain here to try to get them to jump through, turn back, and get the whap, as opposed to wasting the other time and potentially happen to continuously chase the survivor. This loop is extremely strong for survivors, but they have to be savvy on what they're doing. It's not a continuous loop that you can just use off timing. You can't just jump through this, go back through, jump through this, go back through, jump through this, go back through. You can't just do that senselessly without thinking. You have to be aware of where the killer stain is. If you don't see the, or if you do, or if you don't see the stain right next to you, like coming after you and things like that, you gotta know not to jump. You also have to know the distance of which you should see the stain. Because if the killer is here and they're showing you the stain, you're not gonna see full stain. You're just gonna see, the kind of beginning of it. There, you don't have to make this vault yet. You have plenty of time, especially if you're out and about, ready to get that running vault here. And if you do pre-vault it, you're probably going to jump into the killer's hands and you're going to be slapped before you can make any type of vault or anything like that. If you're placing a baby killer, by all means, you can probably hit this all 6 times and then GTFO. But I generally don't run this type of particular pattern because here, notice when you're doing these 360 loops, there is this entire area right here where you are exposed. Same on this side, this entire area here where you were exposed. And any killer that's smart enough to not just chase you blindly and keep going like this is going to get you. In that case, they're forcing you to hit this loop, go through and either hit early, and then either go this way or that way or even double back, or they're going to make you hit it, go in along the long ways and hit it like this. And by that time, if the killer's right here, you're in trouble. Only thing you can do is try to go for this way, but they're probably going to make it over to you. And you're going to be stuck in these small looping situations, or small looping situations that this is showing. Now, the T wall is a lot safer than the L wall. That's why you're not seeing the looping pattern here. I do the same thing on either or because it's really not that hard to know your distances in the game once you've played for a long time. So there's your LT wall, there's your killer shack and things like that. I'm not going to go over all of these because these last 2 walls are basically these 2 but combined together. You see you got a window here and you got a pallet there. You run the loop, you use the pallet to escape, or you fake the pallet drop to make the killer back up and you get another loop out of it. Same with here. You want to run through, out the window. From there you can run through and run the loop again, or you can run back in and drop the window. These 2 aren't as strong as these 2, which is why I say kill shack and LT wall. You'll see those 2 are the main things that I say. These are safer. Now, there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with me and things like that. They're going to say, well, this is essentially the same thing as the LT wall, and you got a pallet and all of this other things like that. However, killer can cut both of these loops off and force you to drop that pallet. As soon as that pallet's dropped, this place no longer really has any type of use. You're doing the same thing you're doing here on the L wall on this side, or if you have a pallet, you're doing the same thing you're doing here, but once you drop that pallet, it's gone. It's done. Finito. Done. Same with this. Instead of it being here, the pallet's now here and it's basically just rotated. You can run in straight through, jump the window. After you jump the window, you can try to go for a longer loop if you confuse the killer by going this way and looping back. But if you go through, turn around and use this vault again, or if your killer's smart and forces you to come back through this way and drop pallet, or even go straight through and go back through this way, it's game over for those loops. These loops I can come back to and use again once I'm out of chase. These loops, once it's gone, it's gone. You might be able to go through and whoop, get one here every once in a while, but you're not going to be able to keep a strong loop unless you've played the game for a while. So let me preface everything I say. Unless you play the game for a while. If you've played the game for a while, it doesn't matter what loop you can do. You can get full value out of the loop and you can go. I'm talking about newer players trying to learn the system. Kill Shack is by far the strongest. I don't know what any of this is saying, and I'm really not going to read it. Kill Shack is by far the strongest. And sometimes you'll get a wall set up like that. Well, not exactly, but set up similar to that, and you can run it the same as Kill Shack. The slight differences. I don't care what anybody says. This is the strongest. You can guarantee that you never take any damage if you run this loop right. This, I wouldn't call it second best, but it's the second one that you can actually rely upon. Unless the killer has something that blocks window. I mean, if you jump through this and the killer jumps through and blocks the window, and basically any of these, you can hit this other window and then you're escaping. There ain't no looping back and forth. You know, you're going to hit that, you're going to go. That gives you a little bit of distance to work with. Same with these. You got a pallet that you can drop, or you can hit the window and you can escape. But I'd say this is more reliable when you're first starting out than these. Now, once you get more advanced and you start learning to run these are going to be more reliable in the end, because you'll know how to exactly run these and everything that you need to do. But it takes a while to learn the proper ways to run these, unless you go into a private lobby with a friend and you non-stop run these. These take a little bit to actually learn how to run these right. And when I generally run into these, I don't run into these correctly. I end up coming in just from a random side. Actually, generally, yeah, I run in like this. And then from here, I'm like, well, do I either drop the pallet or do I want to use the window? Depending on how many gens left. If it's like the last gen, I'll just drop the pallet. And as he's kicking the pallet, see if I can fake back through and get past him, because generally the exit doors are going to be on this side. Drop the pallet, bam, go. And then kind of fake back in, kind of show him that I'm running this way, I'm trying to escape. But once I'm out of his vision, try to turn back in. Now granted, there's going to be lockers which aren't shown in any of these. Lockers that if you have the correct perks, you can dip into and use, like head-on rush and things like those. Or use lithe or any type of other thing. Lithe value, very good on some of these, not good on others. But yeah, I have a habit of coming in from this side right here and immediately dropping pallet just to use this as a quick escape to get to an exit door or something like that end game, or running through, hitting this, and immediately getting into this situation to where I need to either go left, right, or fake back and go through this area right here. And if it's the first hit, even if I get caught, I generally just use that speed boost from getting hit and then just run it through again to either get full use or go back through again and immediately use pallet if I don't want to mess with it right now. And it's, like I said, towards the end game. Keep in mind that all of these lines and things like that you're seeing change up depending on the killer that you're going against. You don't want to follow all of these and make it the end all be all. If you have a ranged killer, You definitely don't want to be stuck in a situation on an LT wall. Problem with that being, if you're against the huntress and you're trying to look and see where she's at, she's going to tag you through the window. So now that's kind of something that you cannot do. Most will go this way, show the stain, come back in, and then try to tag you, because if you jump through and they fake you and you try to run, if you run this way, you're probably going to get a hatchet. If you jump back through that slow animation, you're probably going to get a hatchet and or caught or hit. Huntresses can also be bolder, as they can just completely go back around, ready up a hatchet, and either tag you as you're trying to go through this infinite, or not infinite, but loop, or they can just stand at the window and tag you as you're going across, completely shutting LT down, or the L part down. Same with this. Hunters will just come around the corner and either tag you, or fake back through and tag you. Anytime you try to go through here, you can be tagged. It's essentially the same thing. Killer Shack. It's about 50-50. You need to learn how to locker jump and crouch and use your third person camera to your advantage there. When the huntress is winding up hatchets, she is extremely slow, and if she's outside this window, she cannot do anything except for throw a hatchet when she's primed. So if you hear the hook, all you need to do is just hide in this corner. Or if you're already out and about and she pops up with that, you need to learn how to locker jump to where she can't harm you. She'll throw the hatchet at the locker you're in, you jump out of the locker, you continue on what you're doing. Most times they'll try to put the hatchet away and climb through the window to try to catch you off or catch you out while you're getting out of the locker in an animation. But you can easily just go out and continue, and if she is catching you, window fake after she swings and then jump back through. Or if you're really scared and you hear the hug tight, fake outwards before she throws, because they're probably going to throw along unless they're very, very advanced. Fake off wall, the hatchet will hit wall or go past, and then fake back in and continue what you're doing. Just keep in mind that any long wall or any long angle that you have, she can get you with the hatchet. Safe spot is here where you have the pallet and all that, but you are closer to her. She can't hit you with a hatchet because you're there. However, if she puts it away and comes around this way, you could be forced to drop that if you can't get back through in time. And if she's smart, she can just come here, wind up the hatchet, and tag you that way, or she can tag you that way. So you have to keep in mind the red stain and all of that if you get caught on that side. This is the safer side because you have that pallet, but it's also a more dangerous side if you don't know what you're doing. This will be your safer side starting out. And like I said, you can hop into a locker, which generally there's two like here, that you can hop into while she's winding up hatchets. And if she goes off screen or something like that, and she's actually, putting away her hatchets and things like that coming around, you just jump out of the locker and jump through the window. If she's not, and she's trying to fake back through, you can just re-hop back into the locker you just hopped out of and not take any type of hatchet damage. Excuse me. So basically, anytime you have to make a long line, the killer can get a hatchet into you. If you follow these lines, the entirety of this, the angles that you have to throw hatchets, you can see them. Same here, if you're doing this method, you can throw hatchets just about everywhere. You can come here, you can throw hatchets here, you can throw hatchets there, here, back there. You can stand here, throw them across. You can go in and throw through window if the survivor's trying to bolt through. You can fake, get a hatchet here after the survivor jumps, and you can catch them jumping back through, or you can hit them as they're escaping. Or if it's Gunslinger, you can just catch them, pull them back, and then slap them. Then they have a bleed out timer. Or if you're Legion, you can just follow them. If you're Legion, this is probably more relevant to you than these are. In a sense. And then we've already went over these. Like I said, this LT wall is basically the same as this LT wall, just slightly rotated different, and it has other pieces that can be used like a pallet. And this is the same thing as that, except there's a break there, and then there's a window there. Your, of course, pallet. This is different variants of the same thing. I think they call this one long wall. Just off the top of my head, I think this is long wall. The LT wall. This is Kill Shack. This is long wall. And I'd assume that this is Jungle Gym, since that's the search that I made to go here. But it could just be oh wait, there you go. TL wall or LT wall, which I call it LT wall. Killer Shack for Shack. That is Jungle Gym. Variation 1. And then there's Long Wall Jungle Gym Variation 2. So there you go. This is Long Wall because, well, it has a long wall. And then this is Jungle Gym, which I just took context clues because I had to search Jungle Gym to get here. So, you know. And I know that these two are at Jungle Gym. So there you go. I don't think anybody calls this Long Wall Jungle Gym, just Long Wall. It's definitely just Long Wall. So LT Wall, Killer Shack or Shack, Long Wall, and then this is Jungle Gym. So back to here. Too many jungle gyms. There's only 4. There's only 4. Until you get to other maps, then they do kind of change up a little bit and have different things. But there's only 4 that's been mained and mapped out and things like that. That's too many. Okay, guy. Too many pallets. This is a loop. No pallets. This is a loop. 1 pallet. This is a loop. 1 pallet. This is a loop. 1 pallet. Then there's pallets dotted upon around the area. Generally, you'll have like 2 god pallets. And then you'll have medium pallets that are like, man, you can drop them, but the killer can still elect to go around them and still hit you. Then you have the short pallets that are made for stunning and distance. If you pre-drop that, it don't matter. The killer's just gonna go whop. And that is the end of it. So no, there aren't too many pallets. OP, Jungle Gym, RMG spawns. I don't even know what he's saying. What are you saying, that you're gonna have 4 of the same walls in the same thing, or what? Like, what? But if I had to say, I would say one of these 2 are gonna be the strongest and second strongest, and then these 2 are debatable between 3rd and 4th. So 1 or 1, 2 or 2, and these 2 are 3 and 4. I don't care what any of this says. This is just my take on it. Killer camp equals rewarding. A camp and killer actually isn't rewarding. It's actually detrimental. Not only do you get points removed from your final score for any type of unhooks or anything like that, Plus, chase is lost because you're camping, so you're not going to want to leave. All those chases being lost is going to affect your score heavily. And at the end of the day, even if you face camp, you have the ability of getting one. Unless they snowball out of control, and then that's their own fault. If everything's played well, they shouldn't get the one, but they can. They have the option of getting one because all the other objectives and things are getting done. Most times, if the rest of the party goes and saves the other survivor, and then takes hits or protection hits from them, it's fun. And this killer equals camping equals rewarding and things like that. There's a video on my channel that proves this state. There was a bunch of us Megs playing and somebody was getting camped. We walked over and each took hits and all four of us escaped at the end. So you can actually see video proof of killer camping not actually always equals rewarding. If the killer doesn't camp equal lose, that's not true either. This is how I know you're a low level killer. Killers do not have to camp to win. In fact, to win, you can't camp. Because if you're camping, you're relying on the other survivors making a mistake and coming to just snowball out of control for you to get the win. You don't have to camp to win. Plus, his definition of camping, like I said, what happens in most games, I'll hook a survivor, I'll go to patrol a generator, and another survivor will either jump the gun and immediately unhook before I get anywhere far away, which makes me turn around and go back, or another killer or another survivor just blatantly runs in front of me, and I turn around and go after them. And they want to say, well, the killer's camping. It's like, what do you expect killers to do? Just to let you walk by them and act like you don't exist? Like, no, how's about you use your mind and don't blatantly run across the map in a straight line that could intersect with the killer? How's about you use the hang time, even if you're going to go for an immediate unhook, to take your time to get nearby to ensure that, one, they're not being camped and that you can get an actual safe unhook. Most of this killer camp equal rewarding thing is caused by survivor stupidity. If I hook somebody and I turn my back and they get immediately unhooked, I'm going to turn around and make somebody answer for that. If killer doesn't camp equal lose, you need to watch Not Oats, Ohm Wrecker, Pro, I want to call him Cupcake. His name's not Cupcake. And a whole bunch of the other Dead by Daylight killers play their game, where they don't camp, they just go out and get the booty. Hold W meta too strong. How is hold W meta too strong? It's really not that strong. It's really not. You're complaining about things like you're literally grasping for straws. Mini maps too big. You're literally grasping for straws at this point. Mini maps too big. Gens too fast. Gens take 80 seconds to do, son. Do you know how long that is? Gens are definitely not too fast. Now, if you're getting gen rush with a group with toolboxes and things like that, sucks for you, but it doesn't happen most games. Map control is impossible. I think you need to run with a different killer than what you're using. Hit and run pressure, impossible. Legion? Hello? Legion? Hello? Hit and runs, Legion. The only thing about the game is art design. Everything else is below average. They've gathered all the mistakes you can make about designing the game, They've even done more mistakes than TRS did with Evolve. Are you memeing right now? Are you joking? Or if you're actually serious? If you actually are serious, a moderator just needs to take your form down and you need to just get a strike. Because it's embarrassing at this point. Do you think this game would have been around for this long if all of these problems existed and the game didn't have any sort of balance? Because it's been shown that, hey, if a game's not good when it comes out, people won't play it. There'll be videos upon videos upon videos. Everybody knows that the game can be buggy, but I mean, they're always constantly updating and doing things like that. Everybody knows the behavior means that it takes them a long time to actually go through and rebalance their game. Some things they do refuse to change that need to be changed. There are glitches that still exist. But the basic core foundation of the game is fun. Just like any other game. Let's go Call of Duty Cold War. Since I seen something on it recently, there's a lot of out-of-map glitches and bugs and a whole bunch of things that still happen while playing that game. It happens. Every game's gonna have bugs. Racing games, Rocket League still has its bugs. Still has its server lag and all kinds of other things like that. Still has issues. It happens. It's a game. All games are gonna have bugs. The fact that you're harping and grasping for straws, I might ask, just the harp, comes to the point of which you just need to turn off the game, stop playing it. Something about the game's tilted you. You need to take a break. You need to sit your controller down and stop playing for like a day. For whatever reason, you don't have the either mindset or the skills available right now, and you're not in any type of mindset to improve. Stop playing the game. Walk away. Hey, Galanonen states something. The one thing I would for sure not change is generator repair speed. Exactly. Not only does he come with supporting right afterwards, it's not an interesting thing to do. Exactly. You're already spending 80 seconds of your time sitting on a generator. If you want to increase that to, let's say, I don't know, 200 seconds, or not 200 seconds, 100 seconds, or 2 minutes, that's even longer that you're going to be stuck there mouse wanting or holding right bumper or R1 sitting there. Plus, like he states, there's perks and other things to allow you to lose gen progress in many ways. One, Huntress's Lullaby. I can't tell you how many generators that were blown last time I played. Regular, new survivors missing skill checks. Things like that. And there's certain perks like Ruin and now Jolt and things like that and Pop that works on controlling gen pressure. If you feel like gens are being done too fast, then maybe you should recommend, or maybe he should main. Hang on. If you feel like gens are being done too fast, then maybe you should recommend another main object for survivors besides gens. There you go. If you think gens are being done too fast, then he's stating that maybe you should make survivors do other things. Maybe you should have survivors do other objectives, which I mean, in theory, after getting the generators done, you then have to open up the exit gates, which is another main objective that you have to do. It's not gens are done and then game's over. There's only 2 escapes. And if you ain't eliminated, the prerequisite amount of people before the exit gates are lit, then that's kind of on killer play. There are instances that don't heavily rely on that, but in most instances, if you have four survivors left and the exit gates are powered, that means you didn't play your best. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But yeah, like Galanum is saying, if you think gens are being too fast, how's about you use the actual purpose of the forum and suggest a creation to counteract that instead of using the forum to say what you dislike about the game? How's about you actually add in a creation of your own that counters all of these things that you're saying? You're saying that the game's bad, but you're not saying how to make the game great. It's like, how did you take that negative energy, turn it around, and I was gonna say shove it up your candy a rock state, but use that negative energy to your advantage. Observer goes through and says hatch as a fallback mechanic, not just for the last survivor, though requiring a dead survivor first to even start being possible to open. That's not true. Preferably let the dead survivors have agency in helping their team open the hatch. One, why would you ever allow dead survivors in a game about an entity that controls everything come back in as some sort of ghost or something like that when they literally are basically ghosts of themselves that are grabbed, pulled up into the sky, and then sacrificed to the entity? Do you not know what the word sacrifice means? Why would you allow somebody who's been sacrificed to come back in and interfere with the rest of the gameplay? It's literally against the entire lore. And it doesn't have to be a dead survivor to even make the hatch possible to open. If everybody else leaves the map and you're the last survivor, the other three escape and you're the last survivor, hatch is accessible. Nobody has to die for hatch to be used. For an observer, you're not very observant. Why would you let us let a dead survivor help their team open the hatch? Which I don't even understand what you're saying there. Because the only thing you're doing is undoing the other update and letting the hatch just... Then you can play around with gens and secondary objectives. Well, two primary objectives is to do gen, open exit gate, well, and then escape. But escape can be broken down as in two other objectives, either via hatch by yourself or via the actual exit. So I'm like, I'm not understanding what this person's trying to say. Even their first statement, hatch is a fallback mechanic, isn't technically true because hatch is just made to speed along the game. It's not a fallback mechanic. A fallback mechanic is having a death barrier over the map just in case a survivor manages to, glitch through the map. The fallback mechanic is the death barrier. If something happens and survivor ends up out of map, the death barrier kills them. That's a fallback mechanic. Having the hatch was implemented to speed up games. Then, after it was implemented to speed up games, they made it to where it couldn't be abused by survive with friends with keys and things like that. The game couldn't be ended early or prematurely because somebody brought a key. Keys are made to open things that were once closed. The hatch shouldn't be able to spawn mid-game. If you're doing amazing and you take out two survivors, but they've got 3 gens done, now the last 2 survivors, you were probably SWF. can now jump in the hatch and leave. It's already good enough to where you can, I don't want to say guarantee, but you can influence where the hatch spawns, whether main building or killer shack. That should have been more than enough. But letting dead survivors come back in, it's a bad idea. I mean, just letting people spectate after they die should be more than enough, because then you have SWF survivors that can spectate after they die every other person and say, oh, well, killer's on Claudette, you have time to do what you need to do. Killer's over here, killer's over there. That's your dead survivors having agency to help their team. SWF. I don't agree with what you're saying. I also like how Galanom is actually leaving what he says up to discussion. He's saying that he definitely wouldn't change generator speed. It's not an interesting thing to do, aka gens, and you can lose gen progress in many ways with certain perks. If you feel like gens are being done too fast, then you should recommend something for survivors to do. That's leaving what he says open for feedback and a response. As opposed to specifically this guy making us just harping over how bad the game is, but not really leaving things open. He's like, these are all the things wrong with the game. Thanks for your time. But then when somebody wants to say something to him, he's just in his own little world doing his own little things. Hatch is not a fallback mechanic. Survivors don't have to be dead for it to open. That's why the terminology says whenever you are the last survivor. It never says anything about anything being dead. It's probably why his name's Weak. John the Weak. The game will clearly never feel fair to both sides, or for both sides. Anytime that you have a game that has perks that can influence any type of thing in the game, it's never going to feel fair for both sides unless you remove perks altogether. The thing about it is, the fact that it never feels fair for either side means that it's balanced. Don't you think? It never feels fair for killer, it never feels fair for survivor. That means it never feels fair for anybody, which means it's balanced. Nobody gets that advantage. There are some games that give you this fair feeling even when you lose or miss a shot. But you never say any games afterwards. You can harp and say all of this other stuff, but you never give any type of examples. Everything that you say are just baseless accusations and statements off the top of your head, unintelligent ones at that, and you never give any type of statements or any type of evidence that backs it up. I have a fair feeling when I play Dead by Daylight. Even when I win, when I lose, regardless, I feel like the game is fair. For the most part. The only thing that I particularly personally don't feel is fair is the goddamn plague. The ability to leave survivors broken throughout the entire game, and then if you do heal back to that healthy state, her getting this projectile, albeit she can only use for a minute, but a projectile that can still put you back into an injured state, is BS to me. She can just walk around throwing up on basically everything or anything that survivors have to go through. Or any survivor that's sick, as they go through things, they infect things. If you hook a survivor and then barf on them, or down a survivor, then barf on them. Anything that comes in contact with that survivor for unhooking or picking up or anything like that, they get infected. After you get infected, if you go and cleanse, not only does it let everything know that you've cleansed, now you've really amped the killer's power. So do you run around broken the entire time? Also, if the killer elects to never use that power, once all of the basins are used, you are now stuck in a broken state. So the plague can just get you sick, keep you broken. You'll never be able to heal back from it. She'll never be able to use that super spray that she gets that one hits down, but you don't need it. When you can just one hit everything, it's essentially a map wide NOAD that can't be turned off. So you can just walk around, pow, hitting that one, pow, hitting that one down, pow, that's another down. And that's the end of it. I was like, Plague, I probably will not like. Granted, I've only played Plague like 2, maybe 3 times, which I could be misunderstanding something, and that's why I could be mad. But every time I go against them, it's like, once she gets you with that barf, if she continues to chase you and continues to barf on you, even if you have excellent dodging skills, you are on a finite timer to where you're going to get that broken status effect. And most plagues won't even try to attack you until they get that status effect. Now I know it's essentially the same as Ghostface, but it's a lot harder to do, because with Ghostface you can literally just, or Michael Myers, you can literally just hold the stock button while looking at them and get the same effect. But the thing about it is, it's different, as in I can just barf on you, hit you once, and then I can leave you alone for a little bit. Once you get the broken status effect, which is the injured status effect, not only are you throwing up and injured and everything else and causing noise and all of that, you can't ever heal. If I find you again, I just need to slap you, or if you go and you heal, I can then go pick up my special power and get damage off of you. I wouldn't mind the Plague if her lethal shot was just usable once. You can even make it last for 10 seconds or something crazy, but just make it usable once. Don't make me have to keep dodging the barf over and over and over, and if it so much as gets even close to my hitbox, causes me to take damage. Just limit the amount of super barf that she gets. It's ridiculous to me. But like I said, I haven't played as Plague, because I haven't played as Plague often enough. When I played as her during the beta and everything else, I was just running around for just everybody, blah, 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 blah. And they were just immediately going and healing. And then afterwards, it was just a slurp, and then you'd walk over and just click. Hit them once. They would try to run, and you would barf on them again, and they would go down. Or you would treat it like the Huntress's hatchet, but you have, more control. It isn't just a finite hit and then down. It's a extended blast. Then it got to the point to where you could just barf and then just spin 360s and hit everything, and it was stupid. But me and Plague's always gonna have a rivalry. Not saying that she's bad. I'm not saying that she's unfair. I'm not saying that she's unbalanced. I'm saying that I just hate every fiber and being of her. DBD will never be able to do that, as is always unfair. What makes DBD feel unfair? I mean, most chases don't feel fair. You lose time not because the survivor outskilled you, but because the design forced you to lose time for free without any skill involved. Unfair, but same for survivors. Sometimes you get hit because you are on a dead zone where there is nothing you can do. Unfair. Why are you running out into a dead zone? I mean, most chases don't feel fair. Chases feel fair to me, whether I'm giving it or receiving it. It feels fair to me. If you know how to do chases, everything's fine. If you know how to do loops, everything feels fine. I think this person is generally just expecting himself to be good at something that he hasn't taken the time to actually fully comprehend. And it's kind of sad what his reasoning is. When you're in chase, you lose time. Yeah, anytime you're doing anything in any game, you're losing time. What do you mean being in chase, you're losing time? Survivors are losing time? Killer is technically losing time. I don't understand what you're trying to come through here. And not because the survivor outskilled you, because the design forces you to lose time for free. If the survivor outskills you, then you're going to lose a lot of time. There's essences where the killer is being looped the entire match, and those are on YouTube. Why the killer didn't go for somebody else is because it's a pride thing. This is what this is. This is a pride thing. It is definitely because they outskill you. This is exactly where the skill-based matchmaking system and all of that shines sometimes. And you're at this point to where you've barely played the game and you feel as though there's no skill in the game. As you said, there's no skill. It's all timing based. There's a lot of skill in Dead by Daylight. Trust me. It's a lot of thinking, a lot of skill, and a lot of mind gaming. You ain't played long enough to develop that sense. You sound like a platinum or a diamond in Rocket League. I'm not losing because they're better than me. I'm losing because of my teammates, or I'm losing because this is how the game's like. No. You sounded like a spoiled brat. I didn't lose this time because the survivor outsmarted me. I lost this time because the design forced you to lose time for free. I wasn't smart enough to change up who I was using as a killer and try to use different killer tactics and perks to where whatever I feel like I'm missing, I can gain back. Without any skill involved. I would love to play a game against you as killer and you being survivor, and then I would love for it to be vice versa. At this point, I would love to show you the lower and higher end of the skill base. I would love to see you go up against Probes and Nototes and all the other streamers and stuff that actually take this game and they play it and they use a large amount of skill. I would love for somebody to put you in your place. 4 hours. Because it's like, until you're put into your place, you're going to have this same rotten attitude. Until things change. Until you either get better, or until you get put in your place, which generally getting better puts you in your place and opens your eyes. You're going to have this negative attitude. You get a free hit if the killer is camping the hook. Unfair. If the killer is camping the hook and they get a free hit on you, it's because you probably didn't play that right. You do realize that you can fake the unhook or fake the unhook. Killer slaps the person on the hook, you pull them off, and then both of you go and do whatever it is you need to do. There's also perks like Man of Metal and things like that that you can prime, and Dead Hard and things like that. Soul Guard, all kinds of other things for situations such as borrowed time for those situations if you time them properly. And if the killer's camping the hook, the killer is losing time letting all of the other survivors work on gens. That's what you're not understanding is hang time. That's where it all stems from. You're the type of guy that probably goes for immediate unhooks. You don't give the killer give any time to kick gens, break pallets, look around, and then leave the area. Soon as they're hooked, you're immediately running over there. Killer sees your scratch marks because you run immediately straight in a line right to that person. Killer then follows your scratch marks back to where everything is, resulting in you getting a hit. 2. Stop trading. Stop trading. If the killer's on you, stop going for an unhook. Chase the killer away. Do something with your life. Get him on the other side of a pallet, stun him, then get the unhook. Use your brain to think about how you can get this unhook without giving them the free hit. 3 gens are done during the first 80 seconds of the round. Unfair. Rare that happens. Very rare. Very, very rare that 3 gens will get done. If they're gen rushing you, then it happens. Gen rushing is a very good strat, but not a lot of people go by the meta gen rush strats. When I was playing earlier, things happen. I don't even... Did it even happen any time that all 3 gens were done the first 80 seconds? 2, you need to learn how to not tunnel vision. If you're chasing a survivor and it's lasting, quite some time and you really feel like you don't get it down, go gen patrolling. Let that survivor go do what they're doing and then stop the other gen's progress. If you feel like it's happening to you a lot, you need to run perks. Gens are getting done the first 80 seconds of the round. Run corrupt intervention. Guess what? It forces them to come forward and do the closer gens closer to you, giving you a better advantage. Corrupt intervention. Ruin. You don't even have to worry about kicking gens. As soon as they let go of that gen, boom. Generator time starts ticking down. And there's all kinds of other meta perks. And even newer perks that you can use in this situation. If you match that with a killer that is usable to you, you don't have to worry about it. If you walk in and you slap a survivor and then you're using Gunslinger and shoot them right afterwards, or if you're using Legion, you run to a survivor and you hit one, go to the next, hit one, go to the next, and you start that deep wound timer, they now have to cure that before finishing the generator or they'll just bleed out and fall over. So that heal time that they're taking mending is added extra time that they're not on the gen, plus the mend time on top of that. Doctor makes them screen and makes them stop what they're doing for a second. You can use that to make survivors jump off gens and then immediately send them into stage 3 madness where they can't do anything till they recover. Michael Myers and Ghostface, things like that. You can use the exposed status effect to one-hit down people if they're not paying attention. Pig, you can use the mask to punish survivors for gen rushing and force them to go to the saw boxes and spend that time looking for the key to get out of them. There's different killers for different occasions. If you're running a trapper build and you're worried about things getting or done in the first 80 seconds because you're setting up traps, that means you probably should have set your traps and then pressure the gen, or pressure gens then set traps, or any other of the sorts, and figured out the proper way to play trapper. The game, by default, 9 times out of 10, unless something prevents it or changes it, spawns 2 or more survivors together. People haven't figured out yet, at least lower level people ain't figured out yet, I need to go to a separate generator and all 3 of us need to work on separate generators. 2 people are generally on one generator and then the other person, if they're not with them, are on the same generator or they're working on a separate generator, leaving only 2 generators to be done. You find the last survivor, you chase them, you down them. Bing! One generator generally ticks, then shortly after, sometimes another generator ticks. Depends on how quick you take out the other survivor. If you're quick about it, one survivor, sometimes even 2, generally immediately drop what they're doing and go for an unhook, giving you that space that you need, especially if you have perks like Ghostface perk. When you pick up a survivor, all generators within the X area are unable to be touched for 16 seconds. That's 16 seconds they can't do anything. Some people sit and wait. Some people are like, well, I can't do gens, might as well go for an unhook. The global feeling I have when playing is how unfair the game is. It's because you ain't played the game long enough to know what's going on. You're gonna feel like any game that you play that you don't have hours in is unfair, regardless of how it happens. And you're gonna keep feeling like it's unfair, and that negative feeling is gonna keep building up to either you get good, scrub, or you rage quit and stop playing the game for a while. And if you ever pick it back up, you're just going to restart the cycle. You have to get over that skill hump that the game has. Rocket League has a very high skill ceiling. Dead by Daylight, when you're starting out, has a very high skill ceiling. It's hard for killers to kill. It's hard for survivors to survive. It's how every game starts out. You gotta learn how to walk, or you have to learn how to crawl before you walk. You gotta learn how to run before you do any type of other activity, or you're gonna be stuck. Because that's where a lot of people I see have problems in. They try running before they know how to do anything else. They'll get online, they'll look at a guide, and they'll learn how to do all of these loops and everything like that. And they'll learn how to do them flawlessly, or Rocket League wise, they'll be platinum. And they'll be mechanical gods. They'll learn how to do flip resets, ceiling shots, and the works. Then you play against them, and they have no type of game sense. They have no type of common sense. And they have that superiority, my teammates are worse, I'm better than you type of mentality, because they think they do better because they have more mechanics. It's like your positioning's bad and your game sense is bad, and if I just don't let you go up the wall, then it's easy goals. You didn't put any of that, I'm going to say skill points, into defense or positioning or common sense or anything like that. I get a hold of the ball, and I just prevent you from doing what you think you can do. Most of the times they can't do in an actual game. It's simple. And when they can do flip resets and things like that, all they can do is go do an immediate flip reset, then immediately flip after they get the flip reset. They don't have the control to delay, fake, and things like that. So you just wait for them to touch the ball and then go on with your life. And it's just simple things like that that people just generally can't grasp an understanding of. You're a mechanical god, or you're good at running loops and all of that, because, you know, it's time-based. It's not mental or anything like that. So the people that know what they're doing know that you're going to come back through this window in a couple of seconds. They just wait for you, then slap you. Well, that's BS. This game's unfair. Are they hacking? Like, no, they're just smarter than you are. They have more experience. They have more game sense. They know exactly what you're going to do before you even know what you're going to do. That's unfair to you, being outplayed by people? I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Behavior will never balance the game. They've done a lot of balancing and a lot of things. Well, closed. It's just a mod. I didn't mean to actually click on him. Did a mod come through and close this? Or did the op close this? I don't have my... I agree. Abandoning cheap strategies will make the game even scarier anyway. Made with Google Translate, sorry. I agree. Stopping cheap strategies keep the game scary anyway. So, what do you mean by cheap strategy? What's a cheap strategy? Are you talking about camping? Oh, there's a lot more things. So this is the last one. Maybe it's not really meant to be balanced. I think Dead by Daylight is a platform for storytelling more than it's a competitive game. I mean, the game played in a meta way is usually less scary. A face camping Bubba will basically never be scarier than an insidious Blighter Legion. Yes, I agree. The game could use for a couple of balancing changes. Plague. However, the game is balanced for what it's trying to be. The game devs have created what they wanted to create. Is it Wednesday? It's Saturday. Oh, he does Saturday and Wednesday. Interesting. Maybe it's not really meant to be balanced. It is, though. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe it's not really meant to be balanced. Maybe it's more of a storytelling than competitive game. I don't agree with that because Dead by Daylight is a competitive game. Apparently there's esports competitions and a whole bunch of other things, and they say that it's meant to be a competitive game. Anything that you subject yourself to over an extended period of time, you're going to get desensitized by whatever feeling that you have. If you're new and somebody's playing the meta game, it's going to be scary to you regardless. It's probably going to seem like it's just this, like Jason or something like that just steamrolled you like they do in the scary movies. It's going to scare the hell out of you. They're going to kill you. They're going to hook you. You're going to be out. Like, there's going to be a lot of emotions in a very short period of time. It goes back to the face camping Bubba strats. We always say Bubba base or face camping in the basement. Anything that you get introduced to over a long period of time, like I'm saying, you're going to get desensitized to. Even if they kept changing the game up, the game eventually is not going to be scary for you. Games only have so many assets. There's only so many things that you can do, even updating and things like that. It's gonna eventually not seem scary to you. You need to make sure the ability of the assassins near the hooks does not work. The fact that you're calling killers assassins just makes me facepalm. Since at the moment the camp has become in every game like tunneling, I think this is the turning point. It's not. If you deactivate a killer's power near hooks, the only thing you're doing is pissing off a lot of bubbas. But there's ways to save people that are getting face camped. There's perks to save people that are getting face camps. There's strategies, there's items, there's a whole bunch of different ways to help people that are getting tunneled and face camped. There's perks and things that helps that are anti-tunneling, like decisive strike and things like that. There's a lot of perks that are games is balanced in to try to keep you from getting tunneled. But if the killer is after you and you're being tunneled and you're not a strong looper, you're probably going to go down regardless. If you're that guy that killers look at and they're like, oh man, this guy sucks, let me just get him out of the way. You probably should focus on learning faster game mechanics so you're not that guy that's always running out in the open and not going to anywhere, not doing gens, not doing anything, crouching throughout the entire time, walking up to the hook like what happened in my game when another survivor was clearly being chased, and playing just ignorantly. Because you're not playing bad, you're not playing good, you just don't know, so you're ignorant. You're playing ignorantly. If you disable a killer from using this power at a hook, he's just going to pick you up when you go for the unhook. 2. Survivors should stop trading. Either fake the hook, take the hit, use borrowed time to get you both out of there, or dead hard, or, run perks that can actually get you out of a situation, or your teammate out of a situation if that does happen. Because that's the main thing. You'll have the survivor that has empathy and a bunch of healing perks and things like that, and maybe a boon totem perk, the one going for unhooks when the killer's camping. Why? There's nothing you can do. Your healing's not going to come into any effect till after he gets unhooked and gone. Leave it to the survivors that have dead hard and borrowed time and things like that. Or even a saboteur perk, or even a toolbox that if he does tunnel and the killer tries to pick him up and takes him to the same hook, you can just deactivate the hook. Wherever the killer goes, deactivate the hook. Can't use it anymore, at least not for 15 seconds. That's enough for you to kick out. Continue along your way. If you hate getting tunneled, run anti-tunneling perks. Run your dead hard, decisive, possibly even like head on or deception or any type of distraction perk and things like that, to where you can escape. If you get chased a lot and you get tunneled a lot, then you're probably doing something wrong. I get chased, and I used to get chased at the beginning of every round. I had a very bad luck streak there that the killer would spawn next to me and immediately initiate chase. So I changed up the perks I used to deal with it. And now, I'm having just a fun time playing Dead by Daylight. I adapted, I reacted, and I overcame. It's because the devs are incompetent. They barely even play their own game. That's not true. They actually do. I don't know if it's daily streams, but I know they do it a couple of times a week. They actually have streams where the devs actually go through and play their own game. They have streams and recordings of this. You're ignorantly saying things. You're just throwing things. You're bandwagoning. You're scumbagging. Their priority is making money. Every game that releases that has a price tag on its priority is making money. What do you mean? Especially if you live in America and it's an American-based company. We are a capitalist society. Everybody's priority is to make money. You know how you make money? By introducing paid content and then keeping your game running years after years after years after years. So keeping your customers happy enough to where they won't leave, or just keeping your customers happy in general. They do this by getting killers that people are going to be interested in, survivors that people are going to be interested in, cosmetics, things of that nature, providing content, events, things like that. Constantly adding something to the game. Giving free blood points. Then you have your streamer community, which keeps the game active and alive and things like that. Of course, the first priority of any business is making money. Any business. Any business that brings in money, and the money goes to anybody, because I mean, they're, well, non-profit, they still have the same thing. It's still about making money at the end of the day. Any business Money is going to become part of that because if they don't make money, they can't keep their servers and things up, which people don't understand how expensive it is and how much money goes into actually upkeeping servers. It's extremely expensive. But I'm not going to go into that. Which is more effort goes into making cosmetic more than bug fixes, balance changes, or quality of life changes. They're doing those all the time. If it's not a game breaking bug, like the Demigorgon parkour and things like that, where they immediately had to take Dead Dog Saloon and, the other glitches, people getting stuck behind hooks and the dead hard parkour and things like that, they have been. But before that, before these recent updates, I think it was, yeah, right as the PTB and all that ended, that update, they added in, which if you read the patch notes and knew this, they added in a kill switch. The ability to turn off all items and maps and things like that without having to update the game. All of you that want bug fixes and things like that, you have to understand that before they added in this kill switch, every time they wanted to make a bug switch or a bug fix or tweak anything, a pixel here, the amount of rain coming out here, the sound of something, even any slight thing, they would have to send out an update. People get mad when they have updates coming all the goddamn time, especially when they're just dumb updates. Oh, well, you made me update my game for this? Like, yeah, that's what has to happen. Now they have a kill switch, which just deactivates the map or whatever it is from being played. They then fix it, and then they reincorporate it back into the game, and they don't have to make you update until everything is completely fixed and play tested and all of that. If you paid attention and weren't just ignorantly saying things, you would know. Until recently, that's how they ate. That's how they work. Now that things can be deactivated, they've been taking down a whole lot more things and fixing them. And guess what? If you hadn't been paying attention, you probably didn't even notice things were being fixed around you. The only way the game would become somewhat balanced is either the entire dev team was replaced, or a different company took over them. You have a lot to say for being a little piece of shit. And I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. This dude right here is a piece of shit. And I'm glad that this forum or whatever discussion has been closed. How dare you? Especially if you play the game. In any aspect. Say that the game that you ain't playing, you never enjoyed once in your life or never had any type of good experience or anything like that. Not only did you disrespect the devs, you disrespect all of the work that they've done from base game, for when it never existed, so pre-game, the designs and all of that, and all just to get the base for this game, all the way till now. How dare you say something like that? This right here, yes, you have freedom of speech and things like that, but they also have the freedom to ban your account and IP address and send you on your way. That's the type of person, if they say something like that in the store, you say, well, we're no longer going to serve you. Get out of my store. You can find somewhere else to go. And since there are 4 survivors to 1 killer, we don't need to guess which sides the devs are going to favor. No, I wish you would elaborate that to me and actually tell me, which side do you think the devs are going to favor more, survivors or killers? I really want to know, and I want to know if what you think and what I think is going to add up. I guarantee you it don't. But I really want to know. I honestly just wish the open towels weren't so strong to loop. You can run these towels so well and make it impossible to get hit, and mind games will not work, even making your movement strange doesn't do anything. I honestly just wish they fixed stretch resolution at least. It's not a bug. Stupid. It's not a bug. Stretch resolution is not a bug. If you actually took the time to research things before you opened up your goddamn mouth, you would have known. Stretch resolution isn't a thing because it gives an unfair advantage to survivors. And in some cases, unfair advantage to killers. That's why it's locked at what it is. And if you can't even use your common sense to think, whoa, if I have a stretch to display and I display things differently, I'm going to have more sight lines and be able to see way farther. You can go into the game files and you can actually change that on your own and actually make your resolution be whatever it is. But keep in mind that if you're caught and you get banned, that's on you because it's not designed for stretch resolutions. The whole point is sight lines and things like that. Everybody will just change their displays to stretch resolution at that point. They'll change the resolution to where they can see extremely far, and the killer won't ever be able to get near them, because you'll be able to see around corners and all kinds of other things without even leaving the generator. I wonder why they haven't fixed stretch resolution. Stupid. I just wished open towels weren't so strong to loop. I guarantee you this guy goes down 9 out of 10 times while he's running any type of towel set. I guarantee. He's like the other guy talking about timing and things like that. Or he's new, came across the baby killer a couple of times and then was like, oh, well, I'm amazing at this game. It's way too easy. Put him up against, some of these people need to go up against people that actually know the game and need to just be put in their place. Once you go down, you get hooked and you're sent on your way. Within the first couple of minutes of a match, you'll see. I'm glad that this particular behavior will never balance the game. I'm glad that this was closed. Even though somebody else made a lot of improvements for the game. Hopefully this person actually takes the time to think. I'm glad that this was closed, and I'm hoping that people are just banned. Just straight up, don't even give them the option. Because there's one thing, stating your opinion, saying the game, feels, unbalanced, things like that. There's another thing when you're literally biting the hand that feeds you. The devs are the ones giving you the content for this game and everything like that. And you're literally going to turn around and say that you wish that they were bought out and completely just whole dev team fired and things like that. How dare you? You don't need to play the game. You haven't earned the right to play the game. You don't have the type of respect to play their game. They should have instantly got you. If you have the game on Steam, they should ban you from it, and they should send you packing and tell you to find another game. And whatever company they work for, or any sub-companies on any of their other games, they should ban you off of that too. And then leave it up to Steam or Valve and any of the other games, and whether or not they want to ban you off of those as well. I have never heard somebody ungrateful. They moved that to the other forum because they don't want that coming into this. So it wasn't closed and they weren't banned. They just moved it probably over to the other, where it needs to belong. Another one, moved by a mod. It's a shame that mods have to come in and do this. Like, I feel bad for the mods and anybody that has to take time out of their day to corral idiots and put them in the correct area. And see, what should happen is that the DBD community, which used to be known for its toxicity, well, I guess it still is, should tear them apart. Should absolutely tear them apart. But because of how the world works and how most people, like I said, are mediocre and bandwagon on things, it's probably going to get a lot of steam. Don't piss off the people that make the game, because they can make the game a lot worse. Way, way, way worse. But I'm going to leave that there, because, well, I'm hungry, and it's been 4.5 hours of non-stop talking. And remember, supplement your lifestyle. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. And just show proper respect when you're inquiring about things. Be nice, be fun, be active. Again, supplement your lifestyle.